Here we go now. 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 go now. Here we 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 go now. we go now.
Welcome back, gamers, to PMPL Pakistan Qualifiers 2022. This is going to be the last day. That's the day 3 of all these qualifiers that are happening throughout the course of 3 days. I'm going to be hosting Caster Ankit, and joining alongside me is going to be Lord of Gaming. And yesterday, we saw some teams really making a comeback. The last 4 individual matches for all these teams and the last 5 matches. How are you, Rotter, and how pumped up are you?
Dude, definitely. I mean, yesterday as well as day before, actually, the 2 days that have happened till now in the Pakistan region, they have been phenomenal. The teams, they are just racking up numbers in terms of the elimination points that they've been able to get. But now, today being the final day, they've got 4 games. I mean, each and every single team, the 20 teams that are joining us, they've got 4 games, and they have to make it a point to be a part of the top 17. But of course, those unlucky few ones are sadly not going to be able to move on long.
As you mentioned, the unlucky few ones. So the viewers that have just tuned in, the top 17 out of the all top 20 that are meetling it out in the last 2 days, also this day, including the 3 days, will be just moving, of course, to the upcoming PMPL, and that will be complete closure after this day ends. But before moving forward, we have the point structure in front of you, pretty much the same: 15 for first, 12 for second. It keeps decreasing down from 8 to 12, just 1, and none from 13 to 16. 1 elimination point allows you 1 total point, and in that we have seen certain teams like Magnus, MeterShot really excelling their numbers up.
They definitely have. That is so very true indeed. And as you were just talking about the teams, let's actually get introduced once again for the one final time with the groups that are going to be playing today. That is going to be starting off with Group A, where we have Team QWERTY, 52X Rage, XGeneration, and TmwEsports. Now, yesterday, TmwEsports, this is a team that actually showcased a really good comeback, and they are in the top 17. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, they are on the 17th position altogether itself. So they are going to have to play their A game today if they want to retain that position.
Oh, definitely they do have to do, but how can you forget R3G, the Regicide team from Group B? They also had some real phenomenal game throughout the last half of yesterday's gameplay. And then we have 4V XTFD, the team that got the first chicken of yesterday's, the very first match that was played on the map of Erangel. We have Quantum Rays, the team that started and kicked this complete PMPL Pakistan Qualifiers install with getting a chicken. But apart from this team, we also have from Group C, TUF. Now, this is a team, the TUF really looked tough in yesterday's gameplay. Along with that, we have Magnus Esports, and everyone is just looking so phenomenal. Today is going to be the top-notch day, the top-notch performance for each and every one of these teams. And I'm for sure that we'll see some real topsy-turvy performance and some real flips from 8 to 9 to 10 and towards the bottom half of the chart.
Absolutely, mate. And in all of this, I mean, again, we have to talk about Team HR, Hellraisers. This is the team that, from the side of Group C, has to really bring in an A-game performance today if they want to be able to rack up those points and be a part of course, the PMPL qualifiers right here from Pakistan region. But along with that, as we move on through towards Group D, we do have Quraysh Esports, the Grounders, MetershotxSKY. Now, this team, MeterShot, this has been phenomenal. The start of the tournament altogether on day number 1, MeterShot were looking like they're trying to understand what the lobby is, and as the day progressed on, as the journey progressed on from their side, they have really gotten to show what an aggressive team this entire MetershotxSKY's lineup is. So I'm looking forward to looking at what the final day is going to be bringing in store for MeterShot. But as we move on through towards the final group, we do have Freestyle, Team Envy, IV Esports, as well as 3X Esports. Again, I mean, 3X Esports, another team that we ought to talk about. They have had a brilliant day number 2.
No, indeed, 3X Esports. If you talk about Kaizen, Ali, You remember the last two Miramar that they played,
Exactly.
each one
Yep.
of these players, be it Ali, he survived and he was a lone warrior from his side and he was really excelling in his own way. And the next Miramar, it was Kaizen that was really excelling. And then we have this overall ranking post match 10 in which each and every team has played at least of the total 8 matches, and in which Team QWERTY is, yes, leading the chart with a huge margin, whatsoever the case. But then we have a complete even share of point difference between MeterShot, be it with 3x Esports, 52x Rage, Regicide, Team Star, everyone just looking too good. And I guess today, Team QWERTY, yes, they will be playing in their own radar, but then from 2 to 6 to 8, teams will be trying to finish this complete qualifier in style.
Absolutely, mate. But as we move on through from the first to the second page of the overall ranking, we shall see teams that are trying to battle it out. I mean, on page number 1, we've got teams racking up a lot of points for themselves. 52x Rage, again, being one of those teams that has not been able to get a chicken dinner, but still be able to sufficiently say, I mean, they've been able to get those elimination points as well as the placement points working in that team's favor. But alongside that, as we move on through towards page number 2, now this is where, as I was talking about it, Team HR, they have to really bring their A game today in the 4 games that are remaining. As Ankit had mentioned earlier as well, 8 games have already been played by all these teams, but today they're going to be completing the 4 games that are remaining. In total, we're looking at 5 matches that will be played today, through which Team HR, Team NV, IV Esports, they have to pick up the pace. And again, I mean, we've seen that happen, right? I mean, Ankit, talk about Team TUF. One good, really good day, and you can get yourself from the 16th or 20th position all the way up into the top 11, top 10 as well. So, yeah, nothing taken away from them.
Oh, definitely. But we have the comparative analysis, the head-to-head between two teams, 3x Esports, the team that is on the second position, and then we have Team 52x Rage Esports, that is on the second position, that is also on the fourth position, sorry for that. But the damage difference, not a lot of point difference. One team stands at 80 total points, one team stands at 75 total points. There's a 5 difference of points between all these teams. But there we have it. There's not a lot of difference in the aggression. Yes, 7305 damage dealt by 3x Esports. That completely shows that yes, this team is the one that knows how to take up the fight in their own way and let the fight go in their own favor, and also provided the average survival time. Yes, it is a bit less in terms of what 52x Esports have been able to accumulate in the past couple of 8 matches, but they have done really well. Those individual, those solo plays, be it from Ali, be it from Kaizen, that has just been so spot on.
Definitely, dude. I mean, you were so bang on with that because, again, when you talk about 3x Esports, they have been very, very strategic in terms of the way that they've been able to play the games. And if they're not able to get the elimination points, they start working towards those placement points and get themselves in the top 3 to the top 5 finishes, and that definitely works out for them. But as you move on from the team head-to-head to the players head-to-head, we're looking at Team QWERTY's Gravity going up against the Metershot Khatir. Now, once again, you look at that time difference. I mean, almost a 1 minute difference, but the gravity of the situation is that the aggression from the side of Team QWERTY is so very good. 4,089 damage dealt compared to 2,712 damage dealt from the side of Khatir in just a 1 minute difference in terms of the average survival time. That is bonkers.
That shows completely that whatever time he tries to spend in this battleground, he's just so spot on with his aim. 4089, I guess 1300 something damage difference between both these top 2 players among the all 64 players that have been playing. More than that, even in this complete lobby, damage received is also more. That shows that yes, this is the one guy that goes into the fight, whatever be the case, 25 elimination onto his name, and so has been the knockout. And the finish conversion ratio has also been really good in his own favor. And
True.
that's the reason I guess Team QWERTY has been leading the chart. Be it Gravity, be it Destroy, everyone is just excelling in their own chart.
Absolutely are, definitely are. But today being the final day of this Pakistan region PMPL qualifiers, all of these players, all of these teams, they are definitely going to have to pick up the pace to be able to showcase to their fans and themselves that, here we are to prove our worth. And for that, you have to be in the top 17 basically to be able to qualify. Along with that, as we move on through, the schedule on our screens will be introducing Miramar to be the start of the day, where of course Group E will not be playing.
Oh, definitely. Group E doesn't play the very first match. That means obviously Freestyles won't be the part of it. But the day starts with today Miramar, and we have alternate maps being played with Erangel and Sanhok getting flipped.
Yep.
And both the Erangel will be played, I guess, by Group C. So we'll have a quick look, a quick glance over what will go in the favor of it. But Miramar, so yesterday's Miramar was a pretty phenomenal one. The both Miramar, if you remember, one went to 30 minutes. I guess the
True.
last Miramar that we saw, one went to 28 minutes. And in that, Quraysh Esports was really excelling. Shot was there, 3x Esports. And in the very last match, if you remember, it was Team Saad that out of nowhere got the chicken.
Absolutely. Again, I mean, that is what the fabulous thing about the Pakistan region teams have been. Because, again, every single game that we've looked at, apart
Hmm.
from, of course, just the side for Team QWERTY, every other time that we've looked at a chicken dinner winner team, it has been a different name altogether. And that itself showcases that all the 20 teams that are part of this lobby, they are bringing in a determined performance from their side. But sadly, again, there are going to be a few of those like Team HR that we saw on the overall ranking,
Yeah.
IV, Envy, that really are well, they're right around the corner, is what I would say. I mean, they're not lost yet because they still
Hmm.
have the opportunity. But as the day progresses on, if they're not able to bring in that sort of a performance for themselves, either it be in terms of placement points or elimination
Yeah.
points, then yeah, we sadly are going to have to bid adieu to those teams.
Oh, definitely. And bringing one more team into that, Northeast Sports. But I guess the call has been
Yep.
made. We need to jump straight into this Miramar action where we have Team Cordy on our TV screen, the C130, completely taking a mesmeric glide over this desert action and complete southern tilt of the flight path that starts from the western side and finishes on the southeastern side downtown towards the area of Puerto Paracio and Los Leones. That means teams that which love to go towards the area of La Cabrera, Torre Humada. There are pretty couple of teams that jump towards the area of Cruzil Valley, El Hazar, water treatment. Will be out of glide. And till now, we haven't seen a lot of teams jumping toward the area of Minas and Valdemar or maybe Los Higos, and this sort of curve wall being hit in the very first half of the game. That just may allow these teams to alternate their drop location for now.
Absolutely. That definitely is going to be a possibility on the other front as we talk about the teams themselves playing it to perfection. We do have the side of TUF playing with a three-man lineup today. So that is, well, let's see what sort of a play style are they going to be choosing because they've got only three-man squad, whereas their opponents, of course, are going to be a four-man army. So it is going to be a little bit of a tough situation for the side of TUF. But of course, only time will answer on the other front, as you were so perfectly mentioning. We do have a couple of these teams going on down towards the southern region of this map of Miramar, where, as was perfectly mentioned by you as well in the post-game segment, that when it comes down to the map of Miramar, these teams they played slow, but they played very aggressively as well. So, I mean, we've seen matches where 12 minutes in to the map of Miramar, and we're looking at only 12 teams remaining. So that's still being an option and opening for these teams. We shall have to see how they play these final few games that are left for them. With that, once again, I mean, talk about late rotations. We've got 52x Rage once again choosing to go far out south with their own drop location, which is always the
Hmm.
case. Does not matter what map they're going to be part of. And this time around, of course,
Yeah.
once again on the map of Miramar, we're looking at them going all the way up towards the western, northwestern front, towards Ruins and Trailer Park. And this is a conversation that we've had earlier as well. I mean, I love that Ruins drop location because it is just so very perfect. But this is not the kind of play and drop you want to have. Where XGeneration's Thug is definitely being a thug against that drop coming in from the side of Metershot as Ash. And yeah, Ash has just dropping down low. He knows that he's being fired upon with that Winchester not looking too good, but thankfully none of those shots that were taken on were brought in terms of the damage against Ash for now.
None connected. I wish one could have been connected. Things could have really changed south for the team as now Meter Shot. This is a team that really excelled in yesterday's gameplay, as you were just mentioned. You kept mentioning in the very first half of this conversation. We just went into the show start. Meter Shot is the team that we need to look upon. That do they have enough to challenge QWERTY? Because there is a lot of point difference between QWERTY and Sky. Pretty much, I
True.
guess, 50 to 46 to 50 point. That can be covered up in a game or two. Only if QWERTY falls down in a match, and in the same match if Sky excels, but they have to be pretty much consistent. This is one thing that how close they get to what QWERTY will be able to secure after the end of today's gameplay and the end of today's qualifier, because this is the last day, the day 3. All the 15 matches, all in all, for individual 12 will be done, and in that, I keep repeating this thing. I'll do it again. The top 17 will be moving out of the upcoming PMPL, and in that, certain team need to just hold their nerve pretty strong, because the grounders at 14, TMW just mentioned in the pre-show, with 44 points, they need still those points, because all those teams on the 18th, 19th, and 20, I guess they have nothing to lose. They will just try to make a big upset before this day ends.
Definitely. I mean, that is something that can be looked on as the only possibility and option for the side of these teams that find themselves on the 17th, 18th, and of course, as we move on through, because the teams, they are all trying their level best to be a part of the upcoming PMPL season, but if they cannot bring up their level of
Uh-huh.
gameplay and the
Yeah.
aggression, then it is going to be a sad affair for their side. On the other front, I mean, when the entirety of this tournament started off, we were pointing fingers towards the side of TMW, but right now they're looking pretty comfortable at that 15th position with 44 points. So overall, I mean, they've been able to definitely understand the lobby that they're up against, and they have rectified their mistakes to be able to at least figure out that this is going to be their moment, and they need to definitely get their gameplay up, and that is something that clearly has defined them in the past 2 days. But on the other front, as we move on once again towards those lower half of the bracket, we're looking at HR, NV, IV. I mean, these teams, they have so much more to lose, and in terms of the points itself, I mean, this is where you can definitely start to bring up a conversation regarding HR, that 8 games that they have played, only 17 points is what Hellraisers have been able to
Hmm.
accumulate. Yeah, if you're going to be bringing that sort of performance in a PMPL, then perhaps you need to practice a little bit more. Then perhaps you need to bring a little bit more of a synergistic play with your team as well in terms of the scrims that you're a part of, because the aggression is on a complete different forefront when you talk about that first page of the leaderboard.
Oh, definitely. And the first leaderboard, we are getting quickly onto it. But before that, the 9 to 16, as we were just having conversation, Magnus Esports, as you just mentioned, certain teams have looked pretty good in terms of the gun skill that they have shown in yesterday's gameplay. I was pretty surprised, because even if you remember, so TMW, they're still on the bottom of the chart. But if you remember, one game, they did secure 9 total points, and 8 out of which was secured by the total elimination. That completely show that even if certain team is on the bottom of the chart, they still have the potential, they still have the caliber enough to bring down at least a squad or two in a complete match, and that has been completely shown all in all by a lot of team, and one being again the team of TUF. So now, as you just mentioned, when the game started, with just the 3 player and TUF, where they stand at 11 total position with a total of 55 points. Yes, they look pretty decent, because at the end of the day, they are out of that radar, that danger sign of 17th. But they need to practice with all the 4 players going in, because then you have the upcoming PMPL lineup for you.
Absolutely. But once again, as you talk about Team TUF, that is a team that when the entire journey started off 2 days ago, they were looking godsmacked. I mean, they were not looking good whatsoever at all. But as the journey progressed on along from one match to the next, and now with the 8 games that they have played, they definitely brought their lineup to the level of skill that we've seen them in the past as well. On the other front, for the side of Hellraisers, this is again a very well known team, but sadly, of course, in this PMPL qualifier for the side of Pakistan region, Hellraisers have not been able to make a mark. With only 17 points that they've been able to accumulate, there's a lot riding on their on the line for them, basically. But on the other front, as we move on through to Magnus Esports, a very aggressive team. This one where they do start taking on a lot of elimination points. I mean, right off the bat, when the journey started, they were looking really good because of those elimination points that they were able to rack up so quickly, and that was all that they were working towards. Placement points was like a secondary thing for the side of Magnus's lineup, because every single time we saw them, they were taking on fights head on, and same of course can be said for 52x Rage as well.
Definitely, and 52x Rage, constantly they have been jumping onto the area of ruins and trailer park that we got to see, but they have been pretty much pulling it successfully well. One defeat already into their name. That means 1 point has also been rewarded to them. And I would love to see, when this complete qualifier ends, the next 5 matches, where does at the end, towards the end, 52x Rage stands. But in meanwhile, Hellraiser again getting that important knock in the name, and one has been finished off. And there we have it, Quraysh going up against Team Star. If you remember yesterday in Picardo, again Team Star was challenged by a different team. This time itself, it's not the Picardo, a certain different city, but the challenge still remains same for both these teams.
Absolutely does, because again, when you talk about the side of Quraysh Esports, a very aggressive, known team to be known for their aggressive stance is the team that is going to be taking on the fight head on against the players of Team Star. They've got the information now. Will they retaliate, or will they choose to stay alive and survive right now? It seems like the latter is going to be the case for them. On the other front, for the side of Team Star, they did get a knock, but thankfully, teammate is going to be able to get that revive on the side of God 3. So 4 players will still stand and remain for Team Star. So yeah, again, I mean, this is a default setup on the map of Miramar. You're looking at the first 10 minutes, 15 minutes, where you get a couple of fights, but that's pretty much it. As the game progresses on through to that 15-minute marker and onwards is when the zone is going to be constructing, and of course forcing the teams to take those fights head on. And as of now, apart from the 2-3 teams that we see that are outside the zone, the grounders, we've got 2 players from the side of QWERTY as well as XGeneration's players. Rest of the teams, they find themselves in the comfort of the zone. So yeah, slowly and steadily, of course, as I did say, we do have the teams getting themselves in the zone, and as they do, the fights are going to be brought on. But as soon as I bring these names up, there's one more team to talk about making a very late rotation. That's going to be from the side of Metershot from Northeastern
Exactly.
France.
That's the same thing that I was looking at, and it's the same strategy they have been doing it. In yesterday's gameplay, if you remember, they had a lot of blue eating them for a, I guess, lot of 10-12 minutes, and then they already made an entry. And somewhere down the line, if this works for you, this is something where Metershot have been excelling, because in both these Miramar, Metershot was spot on, right on the money. They got a lot of points in both these. I hope this last Miramar that is to be played in this PMPL qualifier, they do it in style. But there we have it, the fight going on, the 4v4 fight. Aggressive stances being held by Magnus Esports. The height is pretty much in control of Magnus Esports, and that is going against the team QWERTY. Now here, if QWERTY makes a retreat, that's where I guess they can just come into the fight, as now we can get to see Destroyer is completely pinned. Yes, he will blow up the vehicle and will try to create that artificial cover. But the rest of the player talk about Gravity, Wolverine, and Khan. They are in a split 3-1 split, and I guess they are trying to create the flank just to suppress the heavy onslaught, the heavy fire that is coming in from the side of Magnus Esports.
Definitely, yeah. For now, that is exactly the case that is being showcased from the side of this team, or rather, both of these teams, in fact, because it is QWERTY going up against Magnus. And as we have been talking about, both these teams, they are an aggressive bunch of players. And for now, it seems like QWERTY is the one that is going to maybe get a better half of this fight because of the way that they've got themselves lined up and set up. On the other front, talking about Gravity, he is the man who always ends up going for the flank, and somewhere along the line, as the fight takes on, it is going to be the side of H2E taking a little bit of a loss, where player Hucker, I think it was, who has been sadly burst down. But well, again, things happen, so you don't really
Oh, yes.
at times you end up bringing in a what should I say? I mean, the utility not working in your favor, basically. But yeah, overall, when it comes down to this fight, it is turning out into a little bit of a slow affair for both of these teams, because they are so very aggressive. They know exactly
Oh
the
no,
position
finally.
that they want to be at.
But there we have it. The grenade gets connected this time onto a deal, and that has completely thrown
Uh-oh.
Magnus Esports onto back foot. One finish has already been secured, and I guess now the numbers advantage is in the favor of Team QWERTY, and that's the reason they are charging in. Wolverine from the left hand side, Khan again pinning up a grenade pretty much close to where the player is hiding, and Gravity is that creating the flank angle. If Magnus Esports are not aware of it, I guess Mom 2 just can be done in a style here.
Definitely. I mean, again, once when you talk about those sort of flank angles that have been created from sort of
Oh,
Gravity, from
backstab.
QWERTY, this dude is just so very phenomenal in terms of those positions that he's able to make. And in that doing so, it seems like Mom2 with that M249 is going to be
There we
delivering
have
a
it.
massive blow, but QWERTY will not be backing down from that fight.
But the flank that was created from the side of Gravity actually helped to take down Mom2, and now it's
Yep.
all the complete affair between these 3v2 affair. Gravity is coming close, but he needs to realize that now his buggy, the sound cue has been heard. Grenade has been pulled. He hears the spin that has come in from the side. but I guess the change in position will be really helping the cause. 3v2 affair. If the player gets revival, it will be again 3v3. I guess the revival is getting done, but in all these situations, Gravity has been with the flank angle that has completely not only surprised the players, but us as casters too.
Definitely. I mean, every single time when you talk about QWERTY, you have to bring up the conversation in favor of Gravity as well. Because again and again, when you talk about those MVPs, those head to head players, Gravity is the man who always is almost like an army from the side of QWERTY. And that is the reason why QWERTY is able to rack up so many points. But on the other front, once again, we have to take a conversation in favor of Magnus as well. Because when the entire journey started off 2 days ago, Magnus was only and only racking up those points based on just elimination. So defeats is what they know, and that is exactly how they bring the
Oh,
level of gameplay in their favor. But sadly, that respect has been taken away from respect because QWERTY is going to be pushing on along to take on a lot of damage and a lot of points against the side of Magnus, where one by one, the players are being dropped down to their knees with one more player surviving. The only player that is going to be side of respect, I think, from Magnus. He's the only man. No, my apologies. It's Mom2 who is going to be the only man who will be standing up. But for how long is the case? Because 800 meters away is what these teams find themselves from the comfort of the zone.
a lot of casualty has already been made in the name of Magnus Esports. Mom to just the last player surviving has been the most aggressive one, because out of what one player that has been taken down from the sides of Team QWERTY, he was the one that did make it up. And now here, I guess Team QWERTY shall not be too greedy in eliminating the last player, because 800 meter now. And if you see the blue bar ticking, you have the last fourth zone that will be coming in a few minutes. And there we have it, Bulbury being completely bled away. A 2v1 affair. Time is passing by. The clock is ticking. And as soon as the fourth zone shifts, yes, it is going to be 496 meter, close to 500, 1500 meter is what they need to travel. And I guess now Team QWERTY has realized that yes, we need to make a move. As
Yep.
soon as they do, I guess Mumtu can just strike from the back.
Well, on the other front, we do have TmW taking on the aggression in the forefront, all the way against the players of the Grounders, where we did see in the kill feed that TmW were able to get one knock against the players of the Grounders, but as of now, it seems like that has not been confirmed into an elimination point for their side. They are also a little further out when it comes down to the comfort of the zone altogether itself, because the zone has moved south. So there's been a shift, a very hard shift being showcased from the side of the zone altogether. That is bringing in a little bit of a troublesome situation for a lot of these teams.
Oh, definitely. And a situation for trouble is mounting up for H2S is they now to make a move, but the cover fire is just spot on. And there we have it,
Oh,
Voltrox
wow.
going down, unaware of the flank that has been created by a lot of team. In the last fight that we saw, it was Gravity. This time it was H2E's player, Hacker, I guess. And then we have the player just going in. The knock has been made from both the side, and I guess retaliation is it the call that is being made. But as soon as 52x Rage make a move out in the open, I expect at least one knock that can go into favor.
True.
But UMP, yes, it's a close range beast, but in that range, with the speed with which the players are traversing, it's pretty tough to get connected all these shots.
Absolutely, but I honestly did think that Asad right there would be able to get at least a knock from the side on the front for the side of TmwEsports. Reaper X is the man who is standing up to this lobby and taking on those points one by one. As of now, they do not have any elimination points, but when it comes down to the damage that they've been able to showcase against the players of 52x Rage, it has been phenomenal. But for how long is this edge fight going to go on? Because TMW, they are just wanting to convert those points for themselves, and in doing so, 52x Rage is also going to chime in and take on a third party situation against the players of H2E. So 52x Rage in a little bit of a troublesome situation where they've got two fights going on with two individual teams.
Oh yes, definitely. And the third party approach is also coming in from the sides of H2E. TM, they're looking pretty absolutely strong. Although they have just got one finish point in the name, but they are everywhere in all the fight that we just have a look on upon.
True.
And there we have it, a complete wipe for R3G going in the name. And H2E has become the very first team in this lobby, the last Miramar for this PMPL qualifiers to go out. And then we have TUF getting a finish, some certain finish point racked up in their name. 4 has already been secured in the name of R3G, but on cost of what? Just the two players surviving.
Absolutely, mate. And on the other front, as we move on through
What?
from one fight to the next, the three-man squad from the side of TUF are taking on a fight by themselves. But 52X Rage, I mean, they are on a rampage right now, bringing in a lot of defeats and a lot of elimination points for themselves. 4 already confirmed for their side, 14 teams still surviving with only 42 players. So quite a lot of these teams have been brought down to their knees in terms of numbers advantage. But overall, we still do have a lot of fight that can be taken place. And talking about third parties, look at this. TNW as well as Regicide are the ones who are going to be taking the fight to the forefront against the players of 52X Rage. And sadly, as we were mentioning, 52X Rage, I mean, yes, that's an aggressive team, but they will not be allowed to pencil on along because they have been eliminated.
Oh yeah, they definitely have gone down with the grounders. Shaptar also being pulled down and brought down on the knees. It's all come down to the rest of the player with XGeneration making a move from the southern side. They have a lot of challenge that is already mounting upon them. From the backhand side, it's again TMW. And I don't really know TMW. Yes, they are looking pretty strong, but do they have enough in them to actually cross the barricade that is being set up by a lot of team with R3G making a quick move from the southern side? They just have to make a late rotation, but look at the split, the positioning in the minimap from northeastern side. MS MetershotxSKY Esports. The late rotation, I don't really know, but it always keeps working on for them.
It definitely has. And as of now, they're looking pretty comfortable as well. On the other front, talking about comfort, NES have the center of the zone almost as of now. When it comes down to the positioning, as you were perfectly mentioning, meter shot, I mean, the way they've made that late rotation and the entry into the zone altogether itself, the advantage is going to be theirs for the taken because they have a lot of hills and mountains working in their favor right here on the map of Miramar. And that gives them the information basically for all of their opponent teams. On the front, Team Star, they're out in the open, but they are trying to take on a fight against the players of XGeneration as of now. But I'm not entirely sure if this is going to be a good fight for the side of XGeneration because for now they're okay, but being out for too long in the open like this, yeah, and being bunched up together, probably not the right way to play because you've got Quantum. Wow, Hunk, that was incredible spray being showcased from his side. What I was anticipating was from the side of Quantum that one good nade could very well stop Team Star in their tracks, but I guess I'm going to have to just
Oh,
bite down on my own words.
gravity is completely pulled down here, getting bombarded from 3-4 different direction. But then we have the gatekeeping situation going into the favor of Team Star, just not allowing any team. They're just 20% into the edge of the circle, and as just perfectly mentioned, Quantum Rage pretty much stacked up in the same position, nowhere to just move. A couple of Molotovs in a synchronized way can just do it for them, but still surviving anyhow because they are using the smoke in a brilliant fashion. But just imagine if Tough starts giving them TUF start giving them a tough challenge from the right hand side. Quantum Rage has nowhere to go. But then we have this last lad from the sides of Team QWERTY. Gravity still surviving and out in the open. JD was just trying to lob in the grenade and he just overextended and he pays the price very heavily for it.
Absolutely. I mean, that is exactly what I was predicting for the side of Team Star. They were out in the open. They were taking too many fights with so many different teams from X Generation to, of course, Quantum as well as then NES chiming in along. That will be the end of Quantum as of now. My apologies for the side of Team Star as of now. But on the other front, as we move on through, we've got 10 teams still remaining, 22 minutes in. This is looking like a really aggressive game being showcased from the side of these teams where they do know what is on the stake, but which team is going to be taking on the role of getting that chicken dinner right here on the final Miramar map.
Oh, definitely. And as you just saw, JD with the help of Buggy just collected the information where the last player Gravity was hiding, and as soon as the information was passed on, he was pretty much just done. But then we have JD going down. The knock has been made. Circle has actually tilted away, but I don't see them indulging into the fight until unless Quraysh Esports gets their eye locked upon onto them. We also see the last player, Harry, still standing from the sides of TMW. That means he might be just playing in for all those placement points. I guess he's the last player standing. By the looks of it, seems yes. But then we have Quantum Rage unstoppable. The circle shifted away a while ago, and MS MetershotxSKY Esports also need to make a move into the zone. And who do we have the full control of the zone? We have North Esports.
Exactly, and I mean, talk about finishing in style because this team is racking up those elimination points exactly when it's needed for the side of North Esports because they are not looking too good when it comes down to the overall ranking, but they seem to be very determined to be able to change that fact, and that is exactly what we're looking at from the side of NES, where the zone is definitely working in the team's favor, and overall the elimination points. I mean, they have so much information right now with 8 teams remaining. Quantum Rage definitely trying to hold their ground, not looking too good because well, so much of their information has already been given away.
Oh, definitely. But North Esports, they're doing it pretty well in style. All right, it's okay if the information that gets given away, but still, if you get a lot of finish point racked up in the name, I guess that's pretty much worth it. And for now, the 4 elimination gets converted into no, that has been stolen altogether by some different team on which XGeneration had real eyes set upon, and now with Doc and JD going down, things are looking pretty bleak for them.
Absolutely, Quraysh Esports down to a one-man squad where they do need to get a revival, but will that be allowed? Because Sardarji being the final man for the R remaining from the side of Quraysh on the other front for NES, the only compound around in the vicinity has definitely been taken on by them, and they are just racking up those placing points as well as the elimination points for themselves. I mean, so much of damage is being showcased from the side of NES, but I guess not for long because as soon as you bring up your neck, it is going to be none other than HR. Cronus bringing down NES's players. So HR is still part of the fight with a 3-man squad with 0 elimination confirmed for their side. This team of Hellraisers sitting on that final 20th position are wanting to prove the point that, well, we are also part of the fight. We also do want to be able to qualify, but let's see if it's going to be a bit too late or not because the point difference is quite a lot for HR to be able to make a comeback, but it's not too late again.
Oh, definitely. HR, they can still make a comeback, as you just perfectly mentioned. But I guess that's outlandish if we see that practically happening because there are other teams that are pretty much into the contestation. We have X Generation, we have North Esports. Now, why we are actually talking a lot about North Esports? Because they are sitting on that radar, that 17th markup.
True.
And the fear of losing out is something that brings them so close to getting a chicken dinner. In yesterday's gameplay, yes, they missed the chicken by just a whisker, but this time I guess with all the 4 players standing, there is no way that can go down. But hold on to my words, IQ just did a perfect 1v1 in that situation, but as soon as Doc came in, he just got finished up. And with that being said, we still are standing with 7 teams and 17 players still left in the lobby, with all the 3 players standing from the sides of HR. They have done it pretty well, but T2F 2 finish point, and with just the 3 player, they came into the lobby and they haven't been reduced to even a single player down. They are still 3 men strong.
Absolutely, mate. And same, of course, is going to be the case for the side of NES as well. And NES, as soon as I bring that name up, it is going to be chiming in into the kill feed, taking on so many elimination points. This is miraculous turn of play for the side of NES in terms of the final day right here at PMPL Qualifiers for Pakistan region, where they have been able to smack up 7 elimination points already. And being in the top 5, definitely the placing points are going to be working in that team's favor as well. So they are definitely trying to get that 17th position and basically move up along the chart and get themselves a concrete setup. But on the other front, we still do have, like I said, I mean, there are 4 teams against them. So we've got TUF with a 3-man squad that started off. They are still holding on with a 3-man squad still. So there is a possibility of a little bit of a comeback that they can showcase into this entire lobby as well.
Oh, definitely. They still have the players alive, as just perfectly mentioned. But there we have a TUF getting the knock onto the face of X Generation. TUF is still pretty holding the hold strong, the fort strong. They are playing all around the ridges, and seems like by the looks of it, they are still holding the edge of the circle. The chicken dinner
Yep.
forecast is certainly going to the favor of North Esports, and meanwhile, in all this situation, it can be HR, the Hell Raisers, that can bring the hell come close, break the havoc, and can be the game spoiler for a lot of team.
Well, well, well. I mean, talk about a good comeback story on the final day. We've got HR trying to bring in a massive blow to the entirety of the lobby. TUF are looking pretty comfortable in terms of the overall ranking, but they certainly want to be able to move it along. And with just a 3-man squad that they started off, they are also playing a very, very good passive game throughout this final Miramar that is to be played for this lobby. On the other front, when it comes to X Generation, again, I mean, all these teams the 4 teams that are remaining, they have set themselves up in a very comfortable position. But as soon as the zone constricts, that is where things are going to get a little bit more trickier for the side of these teams. Because TUF, I mean, right now, the ridge was working in that team's favor, that dip was working in that team's favor, but the zone has moved away from them. And as they take on that
Oh,
fight, there we go. HR definitely has a lot of information, and that nade parade being showcased from their side against TUF is going to probably be the demise of TUF right now.
they have went down. They are going down and they have been completely pulled away. And then we have it. The fight has been broken, hell loose between North Esports and TUF. And in that situation, it's a third-party approach that is being pulled by the sides of XGeneration, with a lot of players getting knocked down. Cronus and the rest of the player needs to make sure that they are able to make the most of the situation. It's just a blue container that separates the fight between both these teams.
Absolutely does. And as of now, it seems like
Oh.
HR is hell bent on taking on a lot of those points for themselves. With 3 elimination points already confirmed, the 3-man squad of HR is just bringing themselves all the way up to the top 2. But now it is between HR and NES, where HR are bringing those points for themselves. But is this a bit too late? Does not seem likely to be the case, because North Esports, well, the zone is not favoring them, but definitely is going to be helping out Hellraisers for their cause.
Wow. Wow. There we
What
have
a
it. There
play.
you perfectly mentioned, brother. Spot on. Spot on, right on the money. If you talk about the comeback, well, there we have it. The Hellraisers going up against a lot of team, but still pretty far away from where we expect. 18th position is where they stand at this moment. 6 elimination, 21 total point, 14, 18 total damage. That shows that yes, they have been a part of a lot of fights, but still not enough. I guess once we see the bottom half of the chart, I guess there has been a lot of tournament where we keep our eyes set upon on the top 4, top 5 and top 6. But I'm pretty sure as soon as far as we are getting towards the end of this PMPL Pakistan qualifiers, things are getting pretty quick, neat and quick for all these teams. Imagine North Esports on 17th position making this sort of gun gameplay. Team at 20th position, they still have their hopes alive. Wow.
They do. They definitely do. I mean, the way HR played this game, I mean, they're playing it like almost like a YOLO approach. You know, I mean, they've got nothing to lose. They've got everything that they want to be able to showcase to their fans, and then some to be qualifying for PMPL upcoming season. And this is how you do it. I mean, you start the day off with a really good banger of a performance, and then slowly and steadily just start working towards those placement points, and that is it. Because as of before this game, in fact, I should say, they were so far out that it seemed almost impossible. But now, with the points that they've been able to rack up, along with of course, the chicken dinner working in the favor, they are going to be close, so much more close to their destiny, hopefully.
Oh yes, definitely. And then we have JD from the sides of Quantum Rage getting the MVP title for himself.
Absolutely, with 736 damage confirmed for his side, along with only 80 healing done throughout the entirety of the game. Quantum Rage's JD was, he was playing it in style, along with, of course, the 5 eliminations. He's also got 2 assists confirmed for himself. So, a wonderful performance, but sadly, when it came down to the game altogether itself, it was not working for Quantum Rage's favor, as they were caught off guard out in the open. But along with that, as we move on through, we did have TmW chime in along quite a long time. I mean, for this team, it has taken a long time for this team to basically showcase that we are here to win the war. And TmW on the final day, they're definitely proving it with the 5 eliminations that have been confirmed from the side of Harry from this team.
Oh yes, and Harry getting a lot of finish point racked up in his name. But all in all, a change around, the flip in the table. We see from Cronus and HR, and in that also we had Zameen from the sides of North Esports getting 4 elimination for his name, 26 minutes and 53 seconds of survival time, spot on right on the money. And this is something that we expect, the fight back, the real fight back, the real fight back story from all these teams just chiming in the very last day of this Pakistan PMPL qualifiers. But with that being said, we move on to the match summary, and we'll get to see how many knocks players were able to secure in terms of a grenade, because that always entices me up. And this time it was 4, brother.
Oh yes, indeed. Along with that, we've got the JD chiming in from 307 the longest elimination distance. Along with that, when it comes down to the total eliminations, that were 55. So that means quite a lot of players actually were brought down to their knees and eliminated from the lobby thanks to the blue zone.
Oh, definitely. But moving along, we have the match ranking for you. HR getting 21 total point, Northeast Sports 19, XGeneration 16 and 12 for TUF. And the interesting part is, Bloda, all the top 4 teams getting 21, 19, 16 and 12 points respectively were so down on the total scorecard. Some team on 10, some team on 15, 16, 18, 20. So is it a day of flourishing for all these teams where they have enough opportunity? We'll get to see.
We definitely will, mate, as we move on through with this match rank, and we shall move on to the second page of the leaderboard, where first page is looking pretty comfortable, but on the second page we do have the Grounders, name that you would not want to say getting eliminated too early, but this time around on Miramar, sadly that is exactly what has happened against them. Same is the case for 4VTFD, where both these teams in fact walk away with the 0 points for themselves, but nothing taken away from their overall standings, because they are secure. They are going to be moving on through into the top 17 positions, which are going to be part of the upcoming PMPL. But if they keep playing like this, yeah, that opportunity can very well be changed and taken away from them, because as you so perfectly mentioned on the first page, the first 3 to 4 teams that were sitting there, they are from the bottom half of the leaderboard. So a big difference that is being showcased on the final day right here at PMPL Pakistan Qualifiers.
Exactly. And then we have this overall ranking. Team QWERTY just getting few points before this match started. They were on the same position but with a different point. 4 adding more to it makes it 137 for them. MeterShot 91 for them, 82 for Reggie's side. That means 3x Esports have got a bit dent onto the total placement points and total points that they are able to secure, but the TUF have made a comeback in the top 10 with a stellar of a performance.
Definitely, dude. I mean, TUF, as the journey started off, I mean, I hope you remember, right? I was talking about this. Edgar and the likes of TUF, the way that they were playing on day number 1, they were just not playing it like they were in the past. But now, as the journey has progressed on to the final day, the team is looking really good. Same, of course, as going to be the case for the side of Hellraisers as well, as they move themselves all the way to the 18th position, and now they are in the fight. I mean, they are at the 18th position, as I said, with the 38 total points, but not a lot of difference, just 6 points shy, and they could move on across. On the other front, as we were talking about OVTFD and the Grounders not getting any points whatsoever at all in the first game right here of the day, well, they are on a 16th and 17th position. So yeah, it's looking like a little tricky for them, and we'll see what the day is going to be as we move on through with these games.
Oh, definitely. And with the Northeast Sports getting a huge chunk of point from this last match from 17, they have moved up north to the 30th position. I guess this is where they start excelling more and more in the last rest of the 3 matches that they will be able to play. But all in all, it was a brilliant Miramar to start things off. We had some real clashes in the very initial of the game, different and opposite, on a contrast to what we saw earlier in yesterday's Miramar, where we saw 30-minute Miramar, 28, 39 minutes Miramar. This was pretty phenomenal. But I would really want to see what sort of performance in next match Hellraiser would bring in. It shouldn't be just like that they excelled in just one match. It should be at least for one more time, and then we might just see them getting into the top 17. But with that being said, we'll move on to short little break. We'll be right back. Welcome back, folks, to the last day of PMPL Pakistan Qualifiers 2022. In the last game itself, we saw again one comeback. Yesterday's
Yep.
game started with the 4v FTFD getting a chicken. This time, it is a team that stood 20 at 20th position before this match ended. I'm talking about Hellraiser, and now they're standing at the 18th position. But with that being said, let's move on to the schedule for the day. And I guess a lot of Erangel will be played for today. That means a lot of fun for the viewers too.
Absolutely, mate. With that, I mean, as you were so perfectly mentioning, we were looking at only that one final Miramar map, and now that that is done, we've got two Erangels, two Sanhoks that are going to be in queue. But along with that, the game is going to be live. The flight path coming onto our screens, where we start off all the way down south from the military base, taking it all the way up to the northern regions of Severny. So definitely going to be dissecting the map in two equal halves and looking pretty comfortable for so many of these teams to be able to go down to their known drop locations.
Oh, definitely. And every time this OG map comes in, I'm so elated looking at the way team makes a move, the aggression, the rotation, because this is a map that every competitive player, every team loves to play, be any area of it. But then we'll get to see certain team jumping onto the extreme side. This time, I guess Zerki is pretty much far away for 52x rate, so maybe they need to take some different drop this time itself. But with that being said, no Ripnoy, I guess that might be just occupied in few seconds, few minutes by certain team, with Envy jumping towards the area of military base, R3G going towards the area of Milta. Freestyles have made a comeback because this time Group E is also playing.
Absolutely. With Group E chiming in along, we are going to be looking at freestyle. And in terms of the play style that they've been able to dominate in this PMPL qualifiers from Pakistan region, freestyle is looking pretty comfortable. I mean, there's nothing taken away from their gameplay or their play style altogether. But when it comes down to the zone, well, what do you know? The first Erangel of the day, and you get a default zone. Okay, now I'm sure PUBG gods are going to be definitely bringing in a little bit of a hiccup as the zone
Uh-huh.
starts constricting and making a little bit of a shift. But yeah, this is a very default zone for the final day.
Oh, definitely the classic circle that we see.
Exactly.
Uh, 25 to 30% of the military base into island, giving fair share to each and every team to be a part of this match, right, brother?
True, definitely true, mate. On the other front, as you were so perfectly mentioning from the side of 52 Extra, it seems like they were not allowed to go down towards Zerki, but they have decided to still stick their own known game and philosophy, which is going to be far, far away from any other team that would want to go down. And that is where we see 52 Exchange with a two-man split working their way onwards towards the northeastern front of this map as of now. On the other side, when it comes down to the south, we do, of course, have Envy, as you so perfectly mentioned earlier as well, that is a team that finds themselves on the military base, but in close proximity on No Reply is going to be the side of Hellraisers. And wow. Oh wow, we've got the first blood being showcased right here with 3X's Miracle taking on a miraculous approach, and it is going to be him taking the first blood. Sadly, not the case for the side of Doc, but overall, well, as long as it works out for a team, it is absolutely a-okay. And in the first 2.5, 3 minutes mark itself, we are looking at a first blood. So a bloody wrangle is definitely the uh, in the
Making.
menu for us basically today.
And definitely, and not only he just finished up the player, he also stole away his buggy. That shows player do prefer buggy over any other vehicle. I guess that pretty much sums up what sort of a buggy brings in the game. And as you just perfectly mentioned, the bloody wrangle, yes, it is in making R3G pretty much making a rotation closer to where teams are positioned. I guess of
Dude,
Envy, is it? No, it's of
this
TFD, I
UMP,
guess.
this UMP, mate. I mean, this has to change. I mean, PUBG gods,
Crazy.
you better bring in a little bit of a buff story for the side of this, because this UMP meta, it is just killing me. A gun that can take on the likes of AKMs and whatnots, it's bonkers, dude. But yeah, I guess it's just allowing players, new players perhaps, to chime along and take on those OGs that you find in the map who have been playing the game for such a long time. And again, as we were mentioning earlier as well, for the side of Erangel, this is the map that when you install the game on your mobile phone, this is going to be pre-installed. All the other ones that you will have to install. right? But this one
Yeah.
is always going to be there. So of course the players definitely prefer the map. They know every nook and corner of the map. But yeah, knowing the map and playing it when it's with a synergistic team are two completely different things. Where if at all anything, one thing I have to admit for the side of the PUBG uh, from Pakistan region teams is the fact that this is bonkers, dude. From this day one all the way down to day three, we've only had one team, that's going to be QWERTY, who has been able to accumulate two chicken dinners. Apart
Oh,
from that,
definitely.
every single chicken dinner has been in the name of a different team altogether.
Hmm.
So, you know, the competition is definitely
I
fierce when
guess,
you look at every team pretty much being a part of that chicken dinner.
and that's why it pretty much sums up. In the last game, who thought Hellraiser would come up? Who thought Hellraiser
Exactly.
would come up
It
from
was an
20th
NES
position?
game, should have been.
Hmm. That has been a complete storyline. That has been a complete timeline of this PMPL Pakistan qualifiers, and this has been so interesting. But look at the positioning of Hellraiser. Adnan just trying to see if no one tries to gatekeep the situation of that Novorupnoi bridge.
True.
Rest of the player are left behind to just loot around the area of Novorupnoi. I hope the loots will be segregated and separated around Adnan, because he's the one that is guiding. He's the torch bearer. He's the guiding light actually for the whole team. So I guess he should be awarded with a lot of loot than anyone should be, because the whole team's rotation relies and rests upon Adnan's position.
Definitely made the scout of the team altogether itself, and yeah, that's a really good IGLing coming in from the side of HR, because that is what is required for them if they want to be able to move away from that military base altogether. And we were looking at that Milta, but before we talk about Milta itself, we've got a team playing their first very game of the 4 games that they are going to be playing today. Freestyle on our screens as of now, looking pretty comfortable onto the quarry region. They've got the buggy and of course. A little bit of a driving license issue for Black could very well be the could very well be the conversation concern, but overall he's looking pretty comfortable as well as his team.
I hope as soon as he goes to his home, Chalan will be actually be sent to his home for Ram and Slam in a lot of places out there. But all in all, freestyles have been in the thick and thin. Apart from that one good game that they really had, there have been a lot of team that had overshadowed this big giant team coming out from Pakistan, brother.
I agree, dude. I mean, that Miramar game that they played with the 18 elimination points that they got along with the chicken dinner, that
Hmm.
was a big story on day number one as they jumped on to the bandwagon to be a part of not only the top 17 but in the top 5 itself. They had made a big jump, but then from then onwards, in fact I should say, they kind of slowed their pace down. They're just playing it low key, because that's absolutely fair and square as well, because you know that you just need to be a part of the top 17. Once you are through with that, then you don't need to give away that much more of an information or your strategies, because the journey will continue on from the top 17. You move on through, and then you'll have I8 and R3G, and Red Side of course is here, but you'll have other teams as well, like Bablu and all, who will be chiming in along to create that lobby against you. So you do not want to give away a lot of your information, a lot of your strategies, because yeah, the stakes are going to be that much more higher as you qualify through this PMPL qualifier. And yeah, I mean, the kaching, the bang, the bling, and the money is also going to be a part of that. So they're playing it good. I mean, FS definitely are playing it
Uh-huh.
to their known and liking.
Oh, definitely they have been doing so. But as soon as the circle is about to make a shift, we can get to see each and every team is just trying to make a push and a move into the circle with 52x Rage. Now finding them on the edge of the circle. Now, where do you want this circle to be at? We have talked a lot about teams, the rotation. Where do you want this hybrid circle to have and
Hmm.
have a shift?
Well. Let's see. Maybe towards
Hmm.
ruins, I'm not really sure, but
All right.
either towards ruins, or I would love to see it go and make a severe shift towards Yasnaya and up north towards Pochinki. But again, only time will tell, because it's just the first zone. We're only 8.5 minutes in, and we do know that the curveball is going to be showcased around that third zone marker, basically, when the zone and the circle basically makes a very bizarre shift.
Oh, definitely. That can be the case. If that happens, I would love to see what sort of randomness the player brings in. We still are in just the 9th minute of the game, and there we have the circle has already made the shift. I would really want the observers to show us the complete map. Where has the circle been formed around with 3x Esports again trying to cut off the rotation? Psycho has been completely in a prone position, and I guess
Uh-oh.
this has brought the invitation. Come in and finish me off. There we have it. The
Wow.
1v1 fight gone down. Miracle within a blink of an eye.
Dude.
UMP again? Are you
Yep.
kidding me?
This is bonkers. I mean, not only that, but the fact that Miracle is the only man in this entire lobby who's been able to get the first blood and the second blood of the game altogether itself. So, just a GG play being showcased for this from the
All
PUBG
right.
gods towards the side of 3x. It's a miracle that Miracle is the man who takes the ARB with a storm and a banger of a performance for his side on the other front. As we move on through, the zone is going to be constricting, but look at how Quantum have set themselves up. I mean, we've got Spark still all by himself in the Yasnaya region, and all of his teammates have pushed on through very, very close to that 3x positioning as of now.
Definitely, but I have my keen eyes set upon Team QWERTY, having a keen interest on the Potato Hill. Not a lot of time we have seen the circle doing this sort of notorious shift. That's still not a notorious shift. I would take back my words because that's central one. But I would love to see, because the third shift, because since the first two has been a fair and a complete fair one, the third shift has to be that hard shift. Either it goes
True.
on to the northern side of Rozhok, either it comes back on the western side of Pachinki, or goes to a southwestern side of Farm. But then we have the knock this time, I guess. Again, two player being finished off from the sides of XGeneration up into the fight, and 3x, I guess they are starting going into the
Wow.
fight the way they ended yesterday's gameplay. 3x, apart from any other team, this is definitely a team to look out for. The way they make a push, the strategizing, the communication, that is just so spot on. And backhand side, we can
Ooh.
get to see Team QWERTY also having a keen eye set upon, and there we have it, a complete squad wipe for XGeneration.
Absolutely, and 3x are the ones who are going to be stepping into the limelight with that. Again, I mean, we did see on day number 2, 3x was the team that walked away with 17 elimination points with a chicken dinner on the map of Sanhok. So we do know that, in fact, I mean, this is just pointless now to even bring up. Every single team in this lobby is an aggressive one. That is how Pakistani teams play, and that is what their play style is. As we move on along with a comeback story, H2E taken the fight head on against the players of QWERTY, where QWERTY have been brought down to a 3-man squad, and Gravity, the man who always has that flank angle covered for the side of QWERTY, is not going to be able to allow, or rather be allowed, to make that sort of a story for his team this time.
Oh no, Destroy goes down, and Team QWERTY were in no position to give the cover fire. This has to be Destroy's fault completely, that if you are getting knocked and instantly being finished, that's rule 101, that it's completely your fault. You have to be in a position that even if you get knocked, there is certain possibility, at least 50%, that you can get the revival, but there was no chance that Destroy can get the revival done. And today, the
True.
graph looks pretty much dismal for Team QWERTY. In the very first game, they were not able to showcase a performance, and in this game itself, holding Potato Hill, yes, it was a big challenge. And I guess they are going down, and they now are retreating away from this fight.
They have to. I mean, with just a 2-man squad that is left
Oh
for their
wow.
side, and with that, the zone moving on along to a different pace altogether. 3x finding themselves very much in the comfort of the zone. And from the Milta regions, now we do have 4VTFD chiming in along into the zone altogether as well. But there is no team in the contestation, in their contestation. So yeah, if they play their cards right, this could very well be their games for the taking. But on the western front, so many teams are
How
now going to
many
have to make
teams?
that
Oh
rotation,
no.
and as they do, a
Oh,
lot of
look at
finishes
this.
are going to be looked at.
Look at this. How many players marker has turned into actually vehicle.
Yep.
And then we have R3G getting a big dent, making a big dent onto the players in the head of HR. We had at least 6 to 7 teams, and if you multiply it by 4, what we get to see, at least 28 player that was still out from the zone. I don't really know how they will be accommodating themselves in the small little space, but that's what this game is all about.
Absolutely, mate. It's the battleground. It is the battleground. If you want to be a part of it, you have to battle your way through. And that is something that all these players, of course, do know, as the gameplay itself that has been showcased in the past 2 days from these teams has been all about bringing in that blood, gore, all the way down to bringing yourself up in the placement points altogether. On the other front, when it comes down to the team 3G, this team has been phenomenal. But sadly, for Ivy, that is not going to be the case and conversation. But in the kill feed, it seems like Ivy is the one who's bringing in a little bit of a blow to the players of the UF.
Oh yes, and Edgar has gone down. Ivy As soon as they made a rotation from the western side, we saw pretty close where Ivy were making a rotation. Abdullah again, one more knock onto Ivy. That's the time where TUF have started retaliating in styles. Ivy just down to the one last standing player. And if you remember that they're standing in the total points table, they were pretty downtown towards the 18, 19, and 20th position. Not looking good. TUF is on a roll, steam rolling start. They still don't have any finish, but as soon as these two players from sides of Ivy gets finished off, I guess the finish will be secure. And there we have it, Zaidan going down with the help of that grenade. They still have Fatty trying to give that cover fire. And one good thing for TUF that they are not overextending in this fight. They're not being
True.
greedy in all these fights because they know that all these important placement points will be helpful. And look at this. Even after getting those finish point, they're just not rushing onto the last solo player standing. They knew the exact position of it. They're just waiting. They're just holding that one small little mistake from the sides of Faddy. And at that point, we will be only capitalizing.
Absolutely. With that, we've got Hellraisers on our screen. The team that got the first chicken dinner of the day is going to be the ones that are playing it passive, a very passive approach from their side. A three-man squad is what they've been brought down to, but that itself does not mean anything. I mean, we've seen in the previous game as well, Team TUF jumped in with just a three-man army and moved all the way into the top three, top four positions. So it is definitely possible for a three-man squad to be able to get a chicken dinner as well. On the other front, with the fourth zone constricting in the next 50 minutes,
Oh,
or
one
rather
more
50
hard.
seconds, we do have a hard shift being showcased.
And one more hard shift. The last time it was southwestern side, this time a complete northern side. And look at the number of teams that got left away with this hard shift. With still
True.
one player standing from the sides of TMW, Reaper, we have a lot of hope still standing. But I guess TMW, a lot of players still standing. In fact, a complete squad is standing. I'm not able to actually spot them out. But as soon as we see Reaper going down, I guess they are still getting a lot of blues damage.
Well. Reaper definitely having a little bit of a troublesome situation out there, but his teammates, all three of them, are going to find themselves in the comfort of the zone towards the southwestern approach. On the other side, Ivy is the team to be eliminated on that 15th position. So, not the playstyle that we want from the side of Ivy, because in terms of the overall ranking, also, Ivy need to bring up those numbers for their side. H2E bringing in a lot of aggression against the players of TNW. And there we go, the three-man squad that is left, because Reaper was eliminated thanks to the Blues, is going to now have to take on the Wrath being brought on to their face from the side of H2E, but a third party
Oh,
being
yes.
created from Magnus Esports now.
Western edge completely being guarded by the soldiers from the sides of TMW up against the fight. There's three-man affair against four players from the sides of H2E. H2E need all these points, and in all doing so, we can get to see multiple teams making a move. And there we have it, the opening knock coming in from the sides of Ibbi. Pan going down all onto the shoulders of Hacker. There we have it. One more going down. Magnus Esports trying to
Ooh.
backstab the situation and making the most of it. We are seeing Team QWERTY making a slow-paced approach rotation. One more player comes down, but for no reason than to just bow down onto the onslaught that is coming in from the sides of TMW. But here, they just need to make a rush and a push and eliminate as soon as each and every player gets stand on the feet again with the help of that revival death. There we have it. One player going down and a complete squad wipe. Three finish already onto the name, and in that, EB was the one that really exploded and really lit the fight to be the part of.
Absolutely, mate. He lit that perfectly, because that is what was required for the side of that team. On the other front, as you look at towards Magnus's scope right now, of course, he did have Envy's player in his crosshairs, but another team altogether got that knock away from him. But it seems like he's, again, I mean, Adil, he has the information, but he's being so very subtle about it. He's not letting any of their opponents know that where their positioning is, because, again, Adil is out in the open. I mean, if you look onto the minimap, the entire team of Magnus is out in the open, and that is something that, of course, they want to keep as secretive as possible. So that is a perfect play, perfect brain game being showcased from Magnus Esports as a deal as of now. But will it be enough though? Let's see.
As soon as he realized that someone is trying to steal that kill, he started firing the shots out upon them because they know that QWERTY is pretty much close towards them. So that pretty much sums up why they were not trying to take up the fight, take up the shots. And I guess they know that someone is hiding themselves, just trying to get away from all these fights in that small little shack. I really want Magnus Esports to make a push and flush out Gravity and the team of Team QWERTY. with Khan and Wolverine just getting away from all these fights. The slope, they just need to better be prepared of it, because from the left hand side, NV's players are still positioned pretty well in this fight.
Absolutely, and with that, it seems like Magnus is going to be focusing on getting themselves in the comfort of the zone altogether. Alongside that, we've got Team Envy getting eliminated with sadly 0 elimination points for their style, and 4 VTFD taking on the fight against the players of FS from the southeastern approach. It has been fabulous for TFD because they have been able to damage a lot of the positioning from the side of FS. But now Magnus, the team that was bringing in a third party situation against the positioning of TNW and H2E a couple of minutes ago, is now definitely going to be rising up to the occasion to take the points for themselves. And now the compound that TMW were calling their home seems to be in a little bit of a troublesome situation, because it's just a 2-man squad that is left, and it's a 4-man army of Magnus that is going to be rushing and pushing to get that compound for themselves.
We just crushed him with the help of that McLaren. What a good approach. What an approach. Everyone just trying to engulf the complete squad, and there we have it, Mom2 coming in. It is just a matter of seconds as soon as they make a push. And look at the way through the smoke. They're just trying to gather a lot of information as much as they can get. So, and as soon as they get that small little peeping space from that window, TMW completely pulled out. Magnus Esports in full control. But now the question is, how do they make a move into the zone? The western side is guarded by R3G, 52x Rage, and there we have, every time I ask a question, the question is answered by a big knock on the face of the opposite player.
Absolutely, and for now it is going to be Magnus who is bringing in that massive blow against the opponents, where indeed, as you so perfectly mentioned, they are trying to get into the zone. But as they do so, there are so many teams on this western front that they are going to have to bring down, and that is what they're doing fight by fight. R3G is the one that was in the crosshairs of this team, and now R3G, after having gotten the information, are definitely going to be retaliating. But that's not the only team, as we can see. Team Star is also in the vicinity.
Now, so last time this approach worked for them because there was just one team. If you remember how they actually completely took down the players of TMW in the last fight. But this time, since there are a lot of players, a lot of teams, if you are trying to hover around with the help of Buggy, that means you are inviting at least 10 eyes onto you. And that's the reason, I guess, the team has been pretty much down and out, talking about Magnus Esports. But with that being said, we're still pretty much into this fight. 17-23 players still alive. R3G with 5 total elimination, and they have really beaten the players from the sides of 3X. Along with that, our team making a move with the 4V TFD. They still have to make a move into the zone, and the zone has shifted away. It's looking pretty dismal for the TFD team.
Absolutely. For now, it is going to be Star that are going to find themselves pretty much in the comfort of the zone and the center of the zone altogether itself. But they best be careful, because on their eastern front is going to be the side of Team Quantum. Now, Team Quantum is a team that can... till now, they've been very quiet, but they can very well take the fight to the face of Team Star and definitely steal this chicken dinner that could be Team Stars for the taking. We've got 6 teams remaining, where indeed Regicide, they are doing everything possible for them to be able to get those points for themselves, because they've already eliminated 7 players from this lobby. So 7 defeat points for the side of the team.
A good angle to actually have a TPP angle set up on, but Insane needs to heal himself up, and he is doing so with Team Star having all the full man advantage. The Rage are just raging onto the players of Team Star. In the same vicinity, we have R3G. Meanwhile, now the grenades are being hurled upon to the face of R3G. Rage going down. It's Vaz again. He's just look unstoppable at this moment. There we have it. The push is coming in. The push is coming in. 52x Rage under huge cover fire, doing all these fights. But there we have it. The last finish point gets secured by Vaz, and out of 10 total elimination that R3G has been able to secure, it's 4 for Vaz, and he has been the one. He has been the man of the moment, with Star now chiming up into the fight. Anyhow, 4 VTFD has made a push into the zone. They are still holding this small little ridge, and now Team Star knows that even if for any little second if they allow TFD to flourish in this position, they can certainly be the reason for their demise.
They definitely can be, with two players still on their knees and toes with the side from the side of TFD. This is going to be a troublesome situation, but Team Star's push has definitely taken away from them because 3x is going to chime in along with a third party, and they themselves are going to get third party from the side of Regicide. So a complete domination being showcased from the side of the Regicide indeed in this game of Erangel, where they are taking on so many fights. But Quantum finally chiming in and taking on that fourth party, fifth party. I mean, this is just bonkers when it comes down to how many
Wow.
defeats are being showcased right here from one side to the next. I mean, TFD, they stand up on their toes with just the two-man squad that was left. They are now taking the fight to the face of Team Star, where Team Star a few minutes ago they were looking on to take down TFD, but it seems like that is going to be unlikely because 3x have moved in, Quantum have moved in, and Team Star is down to just a one-man army.
Oh, definitely. That's just the Osama, but I guess Regicide has a complete angle over the fight of the total 11 total finish. 5 has been secured, and there we have it. Ali taking down Osama. That's the end for Team Star. And in all these fight, Team Star really had a full control, but as soon as FTFD made a push onto them, they were in no control of all these fight. But I
True.
don't know what sort of mistake Team Star did that has granted the option and the opportunity for a lot of team to move in the vicinity. Smokes and the Molotovs are being
Wow.
hurled upon the face of it, but there we have it. Since Vash's buggy has been destroyed, has been blown away, he has been blown away too. That brings down to a 1v3 affair. Ali needs to make sure that his position doesn't get compromised here. Yes, the position has been known by the sides of TFD, and that's the reason he's trying to relocate himself.
Absolutely, with four players still, or rather four teams, sorry, still surviving. We've got Ali, a one-man squad, trying to take on the battle to the face of TFD, or rather was
Ali
trying to,
again.
because now it seems like he is not going to be able to take on this fight all by himself. So for him, the only thing that is going to be possible is to try and work against the, well, I guess I spoke too soon because Regicide definitely caught him as he was trying to get away from TFD, and Vaz taken that elimination point for his team. 12 eliminations for the side of Regicide. Along with that, Quantum finally chiming in along with the four-man squad that they've already left. TFD moving in to the zone itself. This is not going to be an easy task for TFD because they've got 15 meters to cover, but 15 meters is a bit too much as of now because their information, their position has been given away to their opponents, and Quantum, being so very quiet in those final few moments of the previous zone, have now finally stepped up to the arena.
Definitely. Quantum has the numbers advantage. They have still the zone, but the height is certainly favoring these the rest of the two teams because they still have 10 players, 3 teams left in the lobby with all the 4 players standing. Look at where Insane is actually positioned. He is out in the blue and he's still just trying to get this fight into his favor, with Spark getting a lot of bullets put onto the head of TFD. They are in certainly position that can be their moment of demise, with 53% of winner chicken run forecast going to name. I guess there shouldn't be any stopping for the sides of Quantum Rage, and there we have it, the 5 elimination going to name. From 11, we are down to 8 players, and in that, Quantum Rage have successfully taken the fight without losing any players from their side.
Absolutely. I mean, they were looking very comfortable in terms of their positioning, and with that, they have been able to get this elimination and, of course, the forecast working for their side. Now they have only TFD's 2 players to bring down against, of course, the 4-man squad that Quantum Rage is still holding on upon, with 5 elimination points already confirmed for the side. Regicide going down on the 3rd position. It is looking like a game that was set in stone for the side of Quantum Rage, and that is exactly what they're wanting to deliver. But that wonderful Wehmed nade is going to bring the conversation down to still a close call, because TFD's 2 players, I mean, when they were pushed on upon by Team Star, it seemed like it is going to be the end for TFD, but the way that these players have been still miraculously pushing on along to take on their opponents, it is fabulous. But now maybe it's a lost battle for their side, because Quantum Rage's 3-man army is just definitely going to be able to push on along to get that face brought on down, and it is Quantum Rage taking a wonderful chicken dinner. I mean, a very cheeky approach being showcased from the side of Quantum Rage, where they had 4 players, they were in the zone, but they just played it so very passively. But now that passive approach definitely has worked out for them.
Definitely, from 9th position, jumping onto the 4th. This is certainly a comprehensive win, and I guess apart from Team QWERTY, this becomes the second team in the last total matches that has been played by all these teams, becomes the only team to get 2 chicken in this complete venture of PMPL Pakistan Qualifiers.
Well, absolutely. That is so very true. When the journey started on day number one, we were looking at Quantum Rage with the chicken dinner on Sanhok. But now, as we move on to the final day, it seems like they are going to be taking that chicken dinner once again on the map of Erangel this time around. So, a wonderful play being showcased from their side. But yeah, I mean, all the teams, they're playing really, really good when it comes down to the final day.
No, definitely. And apart from Quantum Rage, a lot of teams also making a move. If you remember H2E in the last moment, Team Star was also there. Team Star got a chicken in the last Miramar of yesterday's gameplay. There was also a certain moment where Magnus, they really had those shining gameplay coming in.
True.
TUF, every team from bottom of the chart. I don't really know what sort of performance they are just trying to excel in this very last game. The very last day of all these last few games that are being left for this PMPL Pakistan qualifiers, but this is looking good for all these teams. TmW also getting a lot of points in this last match, the very first match that has been played. Every team, how many teams that you talk about it? Freestyle, Team Star, R3G, everyone looking so complete in its own way. With that being said, we move on to Vaz. That is from the sides of R3G that gets the MVP, the most valuable player, the hero from this match. 7 elimination, 1142 damage, and till the time we saw him on the screens, he had the 5 elimination, and as soon as they started eliminating a lot of players itself, the elimination number got bigger and better.
It definitely did, mate, and that is definitely going to be working for the side of Regicide, where the dude took on so many players down. Incredible feat from the side of Regicide as well, but that's not it, because this guy does get the MVP, but there are other players who are definitely going to be mentioned as well. In the top 4 players list, we have 3X's player Miracle chiming along, the dude who got the first blood as well as the second blood in this map of Erangel, walking away with 6 eliminations in total by the end of the game. Beautiful play, and not only him, but his teammate 3X's Ali also chiming in along.
Ali has been the one. Ali and Kaizen, and today miraculous performance. 6 total elimination, 944 total damage, 22 minutes of survival time. This is looking so good for 3x Esports, and a clear sign of optimism for them. But with that being said, we move on towards the match summary. We'll get to see how many elimination, grenade elimination, and this time it stands at 5. Total healing done, yes, it's pretty less in terms to what we have been witnessing so far, because the Miramar offers you now 9,000, close to what the damage being dealt and the healing also being dealt. But this time 58 total elimination, 52 total knocks, 3 airdrop looted, 15 total revivals being done, and close to 300 meter was what the longest elimination distance stands in the name of respect for freestyles.
Absolutely, and what a day this is turning out to be. I mean, we've seen a very bloody gameplay being showcased on the side of these Pakistani teams from day number 1 to day number 2, but on this final day, it seems like when it comes down to those elimination points, they are being stepped up from so many of these teams, and the chicken dinner winner teams till now, almost 80 to 90% of these teams who got the chicken dinner were walking away with double elimination points. But this time around, started the day off with Hellraiser walking away with 6 elimination points, Quantum Rage with 7 elimination points. Let's see what the next 3 games are going to be bringing to the table.
Oh, definitely. But the match ranking completely shows Quantum Rage 15 placement points, 22 total points. This is going to be helping them, and only, as I mentioned, becomes the second team after QWERTY to get the double chicken for themselves. TFD pretty much close to where they could have got the chicken, but at the end it was the numbers advantage at which Quantum Rage played with the minds of TFD. Reggie's side, even if they got eliminated way before TFD and Quantum Rage got the chicken, they still had the 23 total point, and this shows the aggression that anyone in this lobby has the capability to bring in.
Absolutely, that is so very true and very well said indeed. As we move on through from the first page to the next, is where we shall see what team was sadly not able to make a mark in this game of Erangel. And we start things off with Freestyle, Team Envy, not having a good outing this time around. But thankfully, I mean, for Freestyle, the placement point, 1 placement point certainly working in the favor, but they do need to showcase a comeback story, because if they keep on playing like this, first game they were not looking too good, second game of the day they're not looking too good. Well, I mean, sorry, first game they were not even there, so no problem at all. But again, this is their possibility, their probability. If they cannot bring themselves up, they are maybe not going to make it, but
Mhm.
we'll talk
Fingers
about that
crossed,
when we
Paula.
look at the exactly right. Fingers crossed. But we'll look at that overall ranking, and that's when we'll know for sure, because there's still a long way for them to fall down
Oh
upon. So
yes.
they can definitely qualify and be a part of the top 17. Nothing taken away from that, but they've dropped down. I mean, they were in the top 5, and now they're in the top 15. So yeah, a bit of a tough luck for them.
Definitely. But 10 to top 10 looks pretty good. Post match 12, 139 total points for Team QWERTY. Top 5, we at the 5th position, we have MetershotxSKY Esports. They've also gotten a fall, but nothing to worry about. Last match they didn't pay, and since Group D was not paying, D will be the part of the rest of the 3 matches. So all the fans, those who have come in to cheer for MetershotxSKY Esports, they will be making a comeback in the top half of the chart. And I guess they will be pretty much eyeing the sure shot for the first century mark and then move away, get close to what Team QWERTY stands for, because Team QWERTY has been their off day today. The very first 2 games they haven't been getting a lot of finish point, neither the placement points into the favor. But the business end is where we stick at. The grounders, 44 total point. HR still, even if getting 1 chicken was just not enough for them, they're still on the 18th position, and we all know the top 17 out of the 20 total teams playing in this PMPL qualifier will be only moving forward to the upcoming PMPL. HR, IV Sports, Team NV, they are in the pickle of the situation. 40 points for HR, yes, pretty much doable. 36, pretty much doable. But NV, it's the total point. I don't really want to say that, but on an average, they are not also getting more than 3. I guess if you make it the math, 3 something something for them, not looking
True.
good. In IV, Hellraiser, I don't want to say it, but that shouldn't be the case, that even if you get 1 chicken, you're still not able to qualify.
Well, that's the luck. That is where you can bring it down to luck, basically, I guess, because the first 2 days is when they had to make a market. On the final day, you even if you get a chicken dinner, it's not confirmed that you will be part of
Uh-huh.
the top 17 teams. But again, I mean, there's still an option. There's still a probability for the teams to be able to make it. Even the team that is sitting on that 20th position, Envy, right? I mean, they've got 29 points, and it is still
That's
possible. I
doable.
mean, it is doable, right? I mean, we did see Team HR also bring themselves up from the hill and raise themselves to the occasion. So there is a possibility, but yeah, it's a
They
tough
have to
possibility.
perform. They have to perform at
Exactly.
least in 1 match. And since that 1 chicken was still not enough for Hellraiser to bring in the top 17, I guess that should be the proper call for NB. But that being said, we are moving on to shorter break. We'll be right back. Welcome back, gamers, again to the PMPL Pakistan Qualifiers 2022. This is the road to upcoming PMPL, and we are into the last day, the day three. And before moving forward, we are done with all the two games. Next is the time for the Sanhok, but it has been a day of comeback for a lot of team. But we are still waiting. Is there still any comeback? There's a lot of ray of hope as we just talk about. Not a lot of point difference between NV, IV, and Hellraiser. They're still pretty much on the 18th, 19th, and 20th position. There's still a
True.
probability, I would rather say. The hope are still high. Can they make it to the top 17? Because at the end, out of the top 20, only top 17 will be moving forward for Ashab Lauder.
Absolutely, mate. And for that top 17, you have to really rise up to the occasion to be able to
Oh,
qualify
yes.
and move on along with that. Let's move on through to the schedule now, where we've got 2 games done. 3 more games remain for the day. And for the third game of the day, we're going to be jumping into the map of Sanhok, where Group C is not going to be participating. So, well, let's see. Let us see where this Sanhok is going to be leading us down towards.
Oh, definitely. And we have two Sanak for the day, but the call has been made, jumping straight into the arena of this boot camp and Sanhok and the cities and the paradises. All a lot of things to talk about. This is the second last Sanhok that we will be seeing in this complete PMPL qualifiers,
Yep.
irrespective of the flight path. Teams still can do towards if they want to, only if they want to, because last time we saw no one jumping on the area of Camp Alpha.
That is true. That is so very true. I mean, the Camp Alpha Island was left from all of these teams, and this time around, maybe that could be the case. Let's see. Talking about first blood situations, we do have a few teams going down towards the Paradise Resort as of now. So maybe that is where the contestations can be dropped on and brought on down from the teams in the lobby. But only time will tell. As of now, when it comes down to the Sanhok games, they have been very aggressive from this entire lobby. I mean, we started the day, or rather, on day number 1 itself, we spoke about it. Quantum Rage started off getting those 11 eliminations on Sanhok, and then as we moved on through to day number 2, we had 3x walking away with 17 eliminations on Sanhok. So yeah, there's definitely going to be that sort of a possibility, but let's see if that is going to be the case or not, because these teams, they know exactly what is at stake. So maybe just they're going to be playing it safe.
That can be the case, and by the looks of it, seems like yes, they have listened to you. They are playing safe, but a big split, a big split somewhere onto the northern side of Painan is where R3G's insane is position, and where do we have the rest of the player on the western side of the map? Tambang is where Vaz is position. Ruins is where Nocto is position. Voltrux is pretty much on the area where the bridge, the place where all the three island gets connected, and then we have a safe team that looks pretty much calm and composed into their own haven. TMW, Khan, Reaper, and Harry. They have also come a long way, as you just talk about it. They got those important placement points. They all got those finish point in their name racked up. I just want somewhere close to a chicken, maybe a high fragging game before they end this complete qualifier event.
That is true for the side of TMW. And as we move the conversation from that team towards the side of 3X, a miraculous approach has been showcased from the side of this team, where they
Oh
have been able to
yes.
accumulate a lot of placement as well as elimination points for their side. And of course, as I was just mentioning, I mean, this is the team that got a high frag and chicken dinner on Sanhok itself with 17 elimination points. So it is still possible that this could be the third team to get a second chicken dinner, but we shall have to wait and see if that will be the case, as they find themselves in the quarry region as of now of the map of Sanhok.
Definitely, and 3x Esports, the optimism, the level, the threshold that they have set for the rest of the team. It's just that they have just started glittering pretty late in this complete tournament, because day one was complete off for them. But as soon as they aggress and step their feet into this day two, they were just getting a lot of points, be it be from placement points, be it be from finish point. We saw individual gun gameplay coming in from Kaizen first, and then Ali in the next Miramar. This team is looking so strong when they move into the PMPL. For the moment, we have 3x Esports close to where IV are making a rotation. And the McLaren Stone, I guess now 3x Esports knows that there is someone in the closer by vicinity. They better be prepared, else IV Esports are just waiting to take down at least anyone, because this is the two last game for the three last game for all these teams. Those are standing on the bottom half of the chart.
Well. Let's see who will take that first knock, that first blood, that first fight on the Sanhok map. We are 4 minutes in, and as of now, again, like I was talking about earlier, the teams are playing it very passively, and nothing taken away from their approach as well, because they do know that they have to play it safe, and that's exactly what they're doing, but not for long, because after all, the fights is what the battleground is known for, and the fights are going to have to be taken either from the side of IV, 3X, or any other team, be it. But well, that is the storyline. That's the crux of being a part of the battleground altogether itself. But again, on the map of Sanhok, till now, nothing is being showcased. No blood, no eliminations, no knocks, nothing. So even though IV and 3X they do know their positions, they're both playing it very, very safely and passively for now, at least.
Oh yes, definitely they have to. IV, but one team that is pretty, rather one player, it's Kaizen, that is noting up all the rotations and the movement, just being the slithery snake in this map of Sanhok, as the custom suggests. This is where you get to see the snake approach gameplay coming in. It's 3x esports for you. Looking pretty strong, as we just talked about in the pre-show, post-show. 3x esports. Apart from any team, everyone has just looked so phenomenal in their gameplay, and then we have 3x esports in their own vicinity. They don't have the best of the best loot for the moment, but yes, they are positioning in the best of the position that anyone can be in this sort of circle, with boot camp now being relinquished by team QWERTY. Slowly and steadily they are moving towards Painan, and I really don't know, I have a very strong feeling that this circle towards the end might just constrict upon Envy's position. That's the area of Painan.
Let's see if that'll be the case or not. As of now, when you talk about Envy, they're looking pretty comfortable at Painan with no other team around to take on them. On the other front, as we move on towards the southeastern side of the map, we've got FS having a very fanned out and a far spread out approach from their side. But once again, nothing stopping them from doing so, because there's no team around in their vicinity as well. So as we can see, I mean, all these colors, they are all independent and all playing a very safe approach on this map of Sanhok. But for how long are they going to be allowed to do so? And in all of that, R3G, as they find themselves in the ruins area, they are very close in the proximity of the grounders. The grounders did not have a very good game earlier, and this time around, as they make that rotation from the western bridge, maybe R3G could be the one that could be the sore thumb that the grounders did not predict.
Oh, definitely. And if they fall, if the grounders fall right here, that can be a big fall for them. But as by the looks of it, seems like the fight can just be far-fetched. Just the early half of the game, as you just mentioned. Only if R3G knows that there is certain team that is looking up to try and make a rotation. By the looks of it, yes, they are in a scout area where everyone is just looking at the backhand side. At any point, at any moment, they can just go all guns blazing. But the question still is, how would the grounders make a move on to the northern island, because it's just a 10% of the camp alpha that is in the zone, and that's for sure that will be taken away as soon as the circle makes the very second shift. 7 minute 32 second, and Quraysh Esports again with the help of that motorcycle. Last time we saw what sort of destructive force the use of vehicle can be brought against you if you are using it.
Definitely, on the map of Sanhok, you give away a lot of audio cues basically as soon as you step on into a vehicle, and that is something that, of course, these teams also know. But you're talking about the Pakistani teams that do know what aggressive stance is, and that is how they like to play. So it is absolutely a-okay for them, at least for now. On the other front, one thing that I'm absolutely loving in this season's PMPL is, of course, the fact that the teams on Sanhok, especially at least, are not really going for that.
Wow. We have the temple, complete calm, soothing approach, and then we have the grounders coming in. R3 just waiting for them. I just want the observers to show the visuals coming in from this bit, and there we have it. The fight is going in. Insane has given away the shot, but with no success whatsoever. I guess they should have shown at least 30 seconds of patience, and that could have resulted in at least one knock getting secured in their favor, Blotter.
Absolutely, that is so very true indeed. And with that, we were talking about this fight right here, where the grounders, as soon as they try and make that rotation across that bridge from the western front, R3G is going to be around in the vicinity to do exactly that. And that is where Insane is stepping up to the occasion and trying to bring down Jigsaw. Now, Jigsaw is in a
Oh
very
no!
tricky position, but it seems like, yep,
Oh,
Jigsaw will be
what?
brought down. Not entirely sure what Jigsaw was trying to do there. He knew exactly where the opponent was, but he stepped out in the open, thinking what?
That's a suicide, rather.
Sad, yeah,
That's a
just
suicide.
sad.
Pretty sad. Very, very, very wrong approach to go up into the fight. Not recommended to anyone who is trying to look up to all these fight as an exemplary performance. This is really, I'm being critical about it, but that was really sad, to be
It
honest.
was. I mean, honestly, the best thing that I could think of at that particular moment was that he should have jumped into the water. But
Yeah.
he, oh, no idea, dude. No idea what was going on
And
in the
also
dude's
making
mind.
sure that there are
But
rest of the player that could have given the cover fire. It was just a 1v1 approach where he just fell down. Just imagine two to three more eyes looking just upon him. How was he so sure that he would win that 1v1 battle? I
mhm.
don't know.
Well, that is what the player gets when you try and step out of your cover, basically. And yeah, that was he was pretty much pinned also, basically, from the side of R3G's Insane. He was very much pinned, so trouble was definitely brewing for his side. But the way he gave away that point, yeah, that's definitely going to be haunting him
Could have been a better
for
approach, I guess, towards that point.
exactly, definitely. But as we move on through with the game, we're looking on to the, at least I am looking on to the fight that can be brought on down from the eastern approach, where we do have 2 to 3 teams, TFD being one
Yeah.
of the ones who are making that rotation. But as soon as they do, they have teams that are going to be following them exactly through the same path. So there could be a possibility of a fight right there. On the other side, it is going to be R3G once again bringing in a dominating force against the players of the Grounders. So the Grounders have been caught off guard with their pants down, definitely for sure, because they are trying their level best to make that rotation into the zone. But of course, R3G is not allowing that, as we can see in the kill feed.
No, no, wherever they are going, they're just getting down. They were trying to get from this bridge, and at that point, Jigsaw was pulled away. This time, a long spray, and Sensei 2 goes down. Shaktar is also pretty much down and out. Gets the revival done.
Ooh,
Mr. Black is again coming in, and this can be a questionable one, but still, I mean, he is looking up. He is being the one that is pretty much trying to give the revival done, not trying to just be the solo man standing, and that is a good approach if you get the revival done. But the question is, 225 meter is for Insane. I guess that is more than 300 meter for what TG needs to make a move in zone. But hold on to my word, it is the freestyle pretty much close to where XGeneration are making a move, and there we have it. Thug can just be the next one to go down, and as soon as I say, Tyrant brings the knock onto the face of it.
absolutely. XGeneration thought that he could maybe get that revival, but that is not going to be allowed from the side of FS, where indeed FS is going to be confirming that point and elimination for themselves. With that, 2 defeats confirmed for the side of Freestyle on the other front. When it came down to the kill feed, we did see R3G taking the fight against the players of the Grounders, but then so much noise was being generated from the side of R3G that NES, North Esports, also chimed in along to give a massive blow to their face. On the other side, again, talk about third-party situations. We've got FS taking a fight towards XGeneration, and now it seems like it is going to be another team altogether that will be bringing themselves. But what did I just see in the kill feed? It seems like Quantum's players are knocking each other out through a nade.
Oh yeah, that do happen. That does happen when you are in the midst of the chaos, building up the precious amounts onto the face of it,
What?
and it is freestyle all in all. Oh,
Again, the same exact thing. Tyrant and FS's players, Tyrant taking down Black, and okay, so yeah, chaos definitely can be anticipated on the battleground, but this is too much of chaos and coincidence happening in just 1 minute. 2 teams and 2 players are being brought on down, but with that, we've got the side of TFD looking very, very comfortable. First elimination coming in into the name of course, MeterShot right there, being eliminated with on the 16th position with 0 points.
Oh yes, that sees of fair to their side as well. Freestyles again to the fight. This time no UMP blotter. Thankfully we have the AKM working in a close range fight. Thankfully, I'm really happy
True.
we are seeing something different. This time again it's AKM.
Absolutely is. And with that, as we move on through to the zone altogether itself, we are looking once again, as you were perfectly mentioning, Envy being in the center of the zone right there at Painan. But let's see where exactly is the zone going to be constructing on towards, which side is it going to be moving on down towards. Well, my word, it is going to be moving towards the eastern side, sorry, and that is going to be allowing the side of Painan to still be part of the contestation. But on the other front, for the side of Ivy, that is not going to be the case. Quraysh Esports chime in along with the UMP once again and yeah,
Oh
completely
no.
dominate
One
against
more
that team.
failure for them.
Yep.
One more failure for them. I don't really know how would they recover from their side, but I guess that's pretty much
Dude,
done for them.
Vasi, Tyrant, what is happening with FS?
Mm.
I just saw the kill feed, right? I mean, you saw that, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I guess among all these fight, I don't really know. I want the
They're
observers to
trolling
show
each
them,
other. They're definitely trolling each other. Not entirely sure
but they
what is
should
going
know that
on.
there are other players in the vicinity that can be the part of it. But all in all,
True.
it's their team approach. It's an approach that they want to take against the fight. It's their call at the end.
Well, definitely, dude. Definitely is going to be their call. That is so true. But let's see if that approach is going to help them out or not. On the other front, talking about Quraysh Esports, we did just see a couple of minutes ago them completely dominate against the team of IV, and now as they get their crosshairs set up against the players of TmW, seems like the information definitely has been retained. But EB not looking too good out in the open, taking on the fight. But Mani is going to get the better half of that entire equation. Definitely going to be able to bring him down. But of course, Ibi's teammates are right around the corner and are certainly going to hopefully be able to give that cover fire and give that revival as well.
Definitely. The cover fire from Size of Khan was just spot on there. We have a Tyrant going down, H2E coming up in the fight. So as soon as they started trolling each other, I guess it's the karma that is now bringing them down. H2E getting a lot of finish point in the name, I guess.
Absolutely. That, at least that's what it's looking like for the side of FS. Not too good for the side of H2E. Absolutely brilliant approach from them. But Quraysh Esports, I mean, they have definitely pinned down the position of TmW as of now. And TmW, they better walk out of this fight because they definitely do not have the kind of eyesight that is required. To be able to stop Quraysh in their tracks. On the other front, as we move on through to the Painan, we do have Envy finally being contested against the players of North Esports. So North Esports have definitely jumped in along into the arena, into the compounds, and are trying to take it by a storm. But Envy, will they allow this? They're holding down the fort. They're not moving away from the position. But will they convert this into a fight, or are they going to drop down like flies? We shall have to see, because NES, if at all anything, today NES is playing like give or take whatever it takes basically. And yeah, they
Oh,
definitely
yes.
are bringing in a lot of aggressive blows in the games that we've seen from them.
Oh, definitely. In all these fights, I like the approach that Envy has retreated themselves away because if Northeast Sports get a fall right here, they don't have much to lose, I guess, because they stand pretty much way up in that scorecard list on the 30th position. Even if they fall, they still have a lot of match left in the bag. I guess at least one. But if Envy falls right here, they will be just losing out on a lot of things, and that's the reason I guess
Ooh.
Envy just made and just relinquished those compound. But now the question is, how do they make a move into the zone? Because Northeast Sports can still disengage and go from the left hand side where they can meet
True.
the grounders at any point. Envy, if they go straight head, they have QWERTY waiting for them. If they go even inches on the right hand side, they have QR, that's going to be Quantum Rage waiting for them. So the fight looks so inevitable at that point.
Absolutely. With that, 3x being the one who are going to be moving on across into the center of the zone and get the compound for themselves, early holding down the backlines at the edge of that zone. And with that, QWERTY, I mean, they are still out in the open. I definitely thought that QWERTY would try and push on to get into that compound, but that has not been the case as they decide to stay out in the open. On the other front, 52x Rage definitely eliminating the rotation being showcased on the side of 3x, where Ali was dropped down to his knees. But right now, it is going to be TmW coming in across against the players of FS, where Freestyle were making that rotation, but seems like they have been stopped.
Yeah, they have been certainly, and now is the time that they are getting a lot of den from different directions. TmW being the one holding their place strong with all the four players still standing. And if you remember, they had a long fight with Quraysh Esports for a long time, and now they need to make sure somebody
Ooh.
is on the backhand side. Wasi takes it down. AB
Ouch.
again in a 1v1 fight. AKM versus, I guess, AKM. Wasi is pretty much down and out, but Hacker from the left hand side took him down as well. And Khan was the one that completely made Freestyle's pay. Just the 12 teams and 43 players alive in the lobby, with Quraysh Esports getting the better half on all these fights. 4 defeats already registered onto the name. They can be the one excelling in this match for sure.
They definitely could be, because the way that the zone is going to be so very close to them, they can very well stop H2E and their rotation. But H2E themselves are in a bit of a sandwich situation, where one side is going to be Quraysh, on the other front is going to be TmW, where Dread is trying his level best with the level 3 kit that he's got on himself to be able to stop TmW. But will it be enough? Because Quraysh, they are just backing up those points. 7 elimination points already confirmed, and Quraysh are going to move on from one team to the next team. H2E getting eliminated, and now their crosses are going to be set up in store for the side of TmW, and TmW, they are none the wiser.
Oh, yes, definitely. TmW just will get 6 feet down under. There we have it. Get them getting eliminated. Keeps an equal opportunity. And Quraysh Esports, look at this number blotter. Am I looking to this a correct number? 10 defeat already onto the name, with still 26 player apart from them surviving in this lobby.
Well.
Interesting.
Good play, good Sanhok is what Quraysh is showcasing us. On the other front, as we move on through 52x Rage, the team that was looking pretty comfortable in the zone has now been moved away from the compound, because the zone has basically moved away from them. With that, 29 players alive, 9 teams remaining. NES still part of the fight, as we saw in the kill feed. NES is trying their level best to utilize every single game and get themselves in the top 17, but is it a bit too late? Is going to work out? We shall see. But in all of this, Team QWERTY, they have been resilient. I mean, they have definitely gotten a beautiful positioning in the zone.
Envy is completely sandwiched in this situation. From left, right, and center, they're getting bamboozled. They again one more nog. It's just down to one last player standing. And by the looks of it, they don't even have any single elimination point registered onto the name. And that's what I said. If they go inches to the left, it's already North Esports waiting for them. And if they go right, they have Quantum Rage. So they have to anyhow take the fight. At that point, the fight was just not in the position that they can retreat away. And North Esports getting a fair share of elimination point from all these fights. We still have 8 teams and 24 players still surviving the lobby. And now it's the time when North Esports, as soon as they make a push into the zone, it's again QWERTY standing on the edge of the circle, just guarding their fort like anything else.
They definitely are. With that, Team QWERTY taking on the fight, as you were so perfectly mentioning with the Glee. It is going to be Destroyer stopping Quantum in their tracks, and QWERTY definitely bringing in the kill feed all in their favor, with so many points that they are trying to rack up. I mean, this couple of few minutes, and they are definitely going to be pushing the side of Quantum away from the entirety of this game. But North Esports chimes in along and brings in that X factor that QWERTY could never have anticipated.
Definitely. They need to be stopped, certainly. But Playzone has been taking down a lot of players out down. But there we have 3x Esports. So now in all these circles, we have 3x Esports, just the only team with the control of the compound, and a lot of team have to make a move into the zone, and they are now being the guardians to actually decide who is the one that will be actually being the most dominant one in all these. 4 elimination has been registered onto the name, and Ali, Kaiz, and Krona still surviving. Last match is MVP Miracle has sadly and unfortunately been pulled away, but we still have all 3 players alive from sides of 3x. All they can do is to get a lot of finish points racked up in the name and try to get close to where QWERTY stands at the very first position. Just let the total point difference between them and QWERTY diminish and keep decreasing that.
Definitely, dude. That is going to be the cause for them. But will it be allowed or not? We shall have to wait and see. As of now, we've got 14 players alive with 6 teams remaining. We got to do exchange. The amazing turn of events for their side because all 4 players are looking very comfortable for them. But they need to get into the comfort of the zone as they try and take on the fight against the players of the grounders and the rotation that is being showcased on the grounders side. It is not looking too good. But TX, I mean, they made a perfect play and approach in this zone because they moved on to get the only compound that was in the center of the zone. And as soon as they did, they decided to do so. 52 Exchange was the one who was able to bring down Miracle from the side of 3x, but that did not stop them or them, and in doing so, they have definitely pushed on the opponents, and this is looking phenomenal for 3x, and the game could very well be for theirs for the taken with 4 teams alive, 8 players in total.
They still have a very good stretch and a very good fair share in the zone with knowing all the location of 52x Rage's player. Firu can just be the one that can get a huge connection made onto the face of it. There we have it. A grenade lands onto the face of it. Cronus this time again. Ali, Cronus, and Kaizen making pay 52x Rage in fashion. 2 meter is what they need to travel. And if you look at the minimap, the Rage's player are completely out of the zone. Just the 4 teams, 8 were standing. But there we have the trade knock, the retaliation coming in from the sides of Faster, the IGL of the team, making it look easy for them. For the moment, they still have to make a move into zone, and this is going to be a tough affair for the side.
Well. 2 players, Faster and Pain from the side of 52x Rage, are going to have to really push their luck right here as they try and take on the players of 3x. But indeed, 3x are looking so determined with the 3-man army that they are, with the UMPs in their hands. Again, with just the level 1 kit right here, Cronus, he is definitely 52x in their tracks. And in doing so, we do have these 2 teams on our screens, but Team QWERTY's Destroyer, the 1-man army, has sneaked up to the position that 3x is at, and this is where a little bit of a trouble could be brewing for 3x and their exactly.
Watch your back. Things are getting interesting. He's letting the last player standing from the sides of QWERTY is just letting. He knows that if he gives the shot, he can be pretty much getting the knock done. But there we have it, Destroyer. And Kaizen still has no idea. On the face of it, there we have it, 3x completely being wiped out. A high IQ gameplay coming in. And I guess this is the most interesting gameplay, the worst backstab event we have saw. And this is not the first time. In this last Miramar that we also saw, there was someone, it was Gravity from the sides of Team QWERTY that went into a fight against Magnus Esports. He went for a backstab. And this time, the worst backstab I have ever seen in the complete history of this match. Destroyer, you beauty.
Well. Along with that Glee suit, this is definitely working in this dude's favor. But now he is a 1-man army against a 2-man squad of 52x Rage. A couple of minutes ago, it seemed like 52x Rage is going to be the team that is going to not be able to make it thanks to 3x. But it's looking like wow, what a play, dude! Come on, take our chicken. And he does.
Wow.
What a destructive play that was. So perfectly mentioned by you, dude. This was, I mean, nobody could have anticipated or predicted this, but Team QWERTY chiming in along, taking a chicken dinner. This is just brilliant play being showcased from the side of QWERTY and Destroyer. The man, the myth, the legend. He has definitely stood up, and nobody could have anticipated this sort of a playstyle. I mean, 3x, they should have had the game. 2x, they had the numbers. But then comes in Destroyer and just stands up to his name.
Lotta, it will take me certain days to actually digest the fact that there is certain backstab like this. For sure.
Seriously.
And more than this, if the team goes back, especially 3x,
right,
in the history, if they watch the stream again, I want them to do so, they would curse them. Why didn't we check the back? Even if more than checking the back, that was just a so good approach with Gilly in on the body wrapped around with the grass, the height of grass that we have in Sanhok. I don't really know. What should I say?
Definitely.
I literally don't
Lots
know.
of words. Lots of words, definitely, dude. I mean, almost speechless. Left speechless is where I'm at when it comes down to Destroyer's approach right there. That perfectly set up nade in the start to stop 3x. Then push on to get that spray to completely dominate against the players of 3x. And then he also had the information, which is where 52x Rage were. And that also he tried. And then delivered all by himself, all by his lonesome, and he definitely should be taking the MVP this time around. Where, yep, boy oh boy, it is going to be Quraysh Esports' Bilal who gets the MVP with 7 eliminations at 737 damage.
Wow, Bilal, yes, he is the man of the moment, getting a lot of finish point racked up his under sleeves. 7 elimination to be more precise, 120 healing done, 737 damage, 1 assist done, Quraysh Esports. But what had the players from sides of QWERTY done? This was the very first time I saw something like that, and no one was aware of the situation. And he was just
Exactly.
not done. As soon as the players from sides of 52x rate started pushing in, he had the nade cooked in. The pre-cooked grenade actually helped him to go into the fight with a lot of advantage in his favor. And there we have the top 4 players going in with 7 elimination in the favor of Bilal, 6 for Destroy, out of which 4 came in the very last half of the game.
Well. Along with that, as we move on through, we're looking at Ali from the side of 3x, also having a pretty good game this time around on map of Sanhok, where if you talk about predictions, I honestly predicted 3x to be able to get that chicken dinner, but the way Destroyer just stepped up to the occasion was phenomenal to be able to see. And with that, as we move on through to the match
wow.
summary, 5 grenade eliminations coming in on the map of Sanhok, only 7,761 healing done compared to 10,000 that we saw on the map of Erangel. So definitely in this PMPL, there is a different approach that these teams are taking on Sanhok.
Oh yes, no two is doubt about that. And 22 rescues done. That is the revival done. 1 airdrop looted. I wonder which gun was there in the hands of that player. But we'll get to see more all in all when we get to see the match ranking, where what sort of total point has teams been able to secure, what sort of total point the team has been able to get for themselves, what sort of thing that they have been able to fetch, to be more precise. Quraysh getting 12 and 10 elimination, just a 2 placement point, and they're standing at the 5th position in terms of total point that has been able that has been able to secure. For a moment we saw 10, I guess, and then they didn't move with any
True.
elimination in their number.
Absolutely. I mean, this team was a behemoth, Quraysh, in terms of the domination that they tried to showcase. But when it came down to taking control of the zone itself, they had too many fights going on against them, and sadly, that is the result that basically resulted in them not getting the chicken. But on the other front, as we move on through to the second page of the leaderboard, this is where Metershot not able to deliver the marker that was expected off of them. XGeneration sadly not having an equal fray as well. On the other front, IV Esports, now it seems like a lost story for this team.
Yes, pretty much. I mean, unfortunately, this has to be the case, or this will be the case. We still have games left for the team itself, but we'll get to see a quick look on the overall ranking, and then we'll decide what sort of approach the team needs to have. So 3x Esports 1-4 for them, but Team QWERTY, now the lead actually significantly increases between them and the team standing below them, be it the second or the third.
Oh, definitely, dude. On the other front, I mean, talk about NES and their comeback story from yesterday and today. I mean, they were on yesterday, basically, they were on that 17th, 18th position. Even, in fact, they were at one point in time on the 20th position. But then they started to come back, and they have been just such a wonderful team to witness, where now they find themselves with no chicken dinner on the 10th spot. So very, very comfortable approach from their side. But FS is what I'm wanting to look at as we move on through to the next page. This time around, they got no elimination points, or rather, sorry, they got only elimination points, which is 5 elimination for their side. But the 2 games that do remain for the day are still going to be theirs for the taking. But along with all of that, the Grounders, they are in a bit of a tricky situation themselves.
2 games still left for all these teams: 17, 18, 19, 20. 2 games left, and just 1 for TMW and H2E. H2E, by far they look strong. I don't see any reason, apart from only if HR and IV Esports get too big game for themselves, they will be making a move into the top half of the chart. But apart from that,
True.
we have Team HR, 40 total points, 2 games still left for them. With Grounders, 54 total points, 14-point difference between the Grounders and the Team HR. 2 games still left for them too. This is looking so bleak for HR, IV Sports, and we just left out. We just have them at the 13th position. We'll see what sort of performance they will bring in, but we'll move on a short little break. Be right back. Welcome back, everyone, again to the PMPL Pakistan Qualifiers 2022. This is the last day. The conquest is still on to find the top 17 to
Oh,
be the
yes.
list in the upcoming PMPL. I'm going to be hosting Castor Ankit, and joining again alongside me is going to be Blotter Gaming. And the sort of performance Destroyer brought in this last match that was just so destructive.
Wow. Unbelievable play being showcased from the side of Destroyer. Indeed, as we were talking about it in the break as well, right? I'm sure Destroyer himself could not have predicted that sort of an outcome and predicament for that game. But GG play being showcased for the side, and of course, Team QWERTY walking away with 3 chicken dinners as of now, with still 2 games remaining. So let's move on along, have a look at the schedule, where now we're going to be playing or rather, jumping into the final game of Erangel. And well, let's see who is going to be moving in alongside that. Group A will be playing the final game.
Ah, yes. And the Group B will be missing out. That means certain teams, Regicide, Quantum Rage, H2E, and TFD. So nothing to worry about. I guess each and every team from Group B looks pretty strong with the
Yep.
total point that they have for themselves to be able to qualify and let themselves to go into the upcoming PMPL. But all in all, as just mentioned, Group A, TmW, XGeneration, 50X Rage Esports, and Team QWERTY will be part of this game, not be of the last. That will be the last game that will be on the game of Sanhok. But the storyline for this time, we have the Erangel, and we have a lot of team going in. Team QWERTY brought a lot of topsy-turvy performance in that last Sanhok. What do they have to offer to us in this match of Erangel? We'll just see in a minute.
Well, let's find out who will be taken in reigning and supreme on this map of Erangel, as so perfectly you were talking about. On the other front, as we talk about the flight path altogether itself, it is going to be from the northwestern approach of Zarki all the way down towards Milta Power. So again, a pretty decent flight path for the teams to be able to get to their known drop locations, their comfortable drop locations. And TMW playing a very cheeky mind game this time around. I mean, they knew that 52x Rage is not going to be moving on long towards that position for some odd reason, and they decided to go down to Zarki because that is where we've seen 52x Rage also drop down a couple of times. So an interesting mind play being showcased on the side of TMW as far as drop contestations themselves are concerned. But overall, as of now, the teams are looking very comfortable. And wow, that is an interesting, neat zone being created right here for the final game of Erangel. And we've got 3x's Miracle already knocked. Okay, so seems like a brutal affair being showcased, and Miracle will not only be dropped down on his knees and knocked, but eliminated thanks to XGeneration. So we've got the first blood already taking place right here on this final game of Erangel. So quite an incredible approach being showcased from XGeneration as they start their day. But with that, or will that be enough is the question that I'm thinking about. As of now, when we talk about the comfort of the zone, we've got, of course, quite a lot of teams that are going to be setting themselves up pretty decently. But the zone altogether itself is a little further away for the team of Metershot, as well as well, I'm not entirely sure what that team is that is also finding themselves on the military base as of now. But yeah, there's just the first 2 minutes of the game, and in the first 2 minutes itself, we've already seen a first blood thanks to X Generation's over aggressive stance that they took. So a massive blow being showcased. But again, I mean, this is the moment, this is the time when teams are going to be playing it as YOLO as they possibly can. I mean, they
Yeah.
just want to be over aggressive. They just want to be able to utilize every single opportunity, and that is where X Generation have showcased themselves.
So maybe that's the time for X Generation for the revenge against 3x Esports, because if you remember the last time 3x Esports played against X Generation, that's the same area where the first blood was brought down, and Miracle was the one that got two finish secured in his name. Freestyle is
True.
also having certain fight against certain team. We can get to see punches are being thrown down, because that's pretty much the last game of Erangel. We still have one more left for the day. That will be the last game of this PMPL qualifier. That will completely summing up the story. But that's the way you take the revenge. One player down, Ali, Kronos, and Kaizen looks pretty clueless. If we just have a look at them, they're just roaming around here and there. One player gone down again. Miracle is the one. So Ali, Kronos, Kaizen. But I'm pretty sure, I'm entirely sure that they will be one. Even if three players, even if two players, even if one player stands alone, he will be the one that will be taking at least 8 to 10 placement point that we have been seeing for a multitude number of time in this complete venture of PMPL qualifiers.
For the side of 3x, definitely. I mean, their aggression is also in par with the placement points that they are able to rack up for themselves. And that is the kind of approach that you want to be able to take. On the other front, talking about Team HR, Hellraisers. Now, this is their moment to shine, or is it? We shall have to wait and see, because this team, they need those points. They need to be able to qualify. They need to be able to push on along, and for that, they've got the opportunity right here in the name of, I believe, Ivy, that they need to bring down. But will it be enough, or will it be a bit too late, is what we shall have to see. Because if you look onto the mini map, HR is very spread out. I mean, Hellraisers, they've got all four players jumping in from different areas, whereas for the side of Ivy, they are still very much playing it as a team. But it's like running out in the open. The smoke is definitely not going to be helping the cause for Zaidan, because Ivy, Zaidan has been dropped down on his knees, and the smoke that has been created, the smoke wall that has been created from the side of Ivy's players, is not going to be helping them through the bullets, the lead that is being displaced from the side of HR. And in doing
Oh
so,
no.
Hellraisers are going to get that one confirmed elimination point.
Oh, definitely. And the flank that Adnan has created right here, that will completely engulfing the player. But there we have it, Cronus with a trade knock. Again going in their side, and
Oh,
Ivy are just getting ripped apart. No room whatsoever, no breathing space, no respect whatsoever. And if Ivy falls here, I guess that's the time, because both these teams, mind you, Blotter, they are on 18, 19, and 20th position somewhere down the line.
right.
Someone on 18th, someone on 20th position. So it's HR that will be getting easy for finish point, and it's their step for again to success and get themselves acclimated at the top position. But there we have it. There is someone watching all these fights far away from that Giorgio Hill that we like to call it. It's Edgar from the sides of TUF.
Well. TUF said good. Definitely keeping a keen eye and, of course, ears towards the side of Georgia Pole region, where indeed he did hear all those shots and the commotion that was taking place, thanks to, of course, HR walking away with the 4 elimination points. But they better not be too elated about it, because if they're not careful, Team TUF, well, they've got the information and they can very well retaliate against that. On the other front, when it comes down to the side of HR, as you perfectly mentioned, Banker, we are looking at that team racking away a lot of points. But will it be a bit too late? I mean, they definitely have been able to accumulate 4 elimination points as of now against Ivy. So Ivy seems pretty much like done and dusted conversation for them. But
Oh yes, definitely. Let's
is
just
it
say
is
it.
it the same for
Let's just
HR?
let's
Yeah.
just say it. No, I guess it's done and dusted for Ivy, but HR are still pretty much in contestation, with them sitting at 18th position before this match started, and the difference between them and the team that was on the 17th position, I guess that was of Grounders, the difference
Yep.
has now been reduced to 10 or 12 points. If they get a big game, they have the sure shot, and that means certain teams on 17th and 16th position, they are now under that crosshair, now under that radar of getting eliminated. But I'm liking the way Hellraiser is actually approaching even in this fight.
True that. Definitely true that. I mean, they're playing like they've got nothing to lose, and that is exactly the kind of approach that they need to take if they want to be able to qualify for the PMPL season. And in that, they need to get those points any single way that they possibly can. That was a really good fight that they took against Ivy, and that in result has brought us down to 15 teams remaining. Metershot right now finding themselves in the blues in the Nova Rupnoy region are going to be making a late rotation, but they definitely are making a rotation because we can see them in the vehicle icon basically, and it seems like they are going to be choosing the Ferry Pier military bridge rather than choosing the Nova Rupnoy bridge altogether. So maybe this is where we could very well see them go up against Envy, or maybe not. For now, it's going to be an either case for them. On the other front, as we move on through towards Primorsk, that is where the Grounders find themselves. Now, the Grounders, as so perfectly mentioned by Ankit once again, is a team that is kind of in a bit of a tricky situation, as it were, as it is, because the position that they sit on is not so comfortable, not so concrete. So if they're not able to get the points in this game and the final game, then that position that they're on the 17th in the overall ranking could very well be taken away from them.
Definitely, but they are making a safer, wiser rotation from the western side. I want this circle to move up north, right where TMW are positioned in the shooting range, and that will pretty much spicing things up. But we just got the central shift. We still don't have any hard shift, so it's a call for the IGL that they do want to stay on the northern side, that is the shooting range island, or maybe the areas around ruins. So if anyone stays around the area of ruins, or maybe the watchtower that is pretty much close towards the Giorgio Pull bridge, that's where I can see a lot of team jumping up into the fight. But as you perfectly mentioned, late rotation coming in from the sides of the grounders, they know that there are certain teams that they will be looking up to grab a lot of finish point onto the name. We'll get to see. But as soon as we get to see again late rotation, so Metershot, this is a team that always opt for the late rotation, beat with the game of Miramar, Sanhok, and Erangel, and that has been the way they have been excelling a lot.
That is true. That late rotation definitely does help out quite a lot of teams indeed. And in doing so, Metershot are being very, very careful, as we can clearly see as they try and get across that bridge. And they are, of course, there's no team around them. We can see that, but they don't know. So they're being very, very careful and cautious as they try and get that bridge crossed. On the other front, NES is the team that right now has the information against the players of 3x and their compound, and it is going to be Zameen taking that fight to the face of the team. But is it going to be enough? For now, 3x seems to be very comfortable. I mean, we do know that 3x is the team that has been brought down to a 3-man squad, where Miracle was brought down to his knees and dropped and eliminated. But 3-man squad still can do a lot of damage. So let's see if
Definitely.
they are going to be able to stop NES in their fray right now.
Definitely. And that's how quickly time changes. 3x Esports kept dominating throughout this lobby. In yesterday's gameplay, they got a lot of finish point and total
True.
points racked up in the name. This time, not only just against earlier by a lot of team, again by North Esports, they are being caught off guard, and damage was received onto the face of it. But then we have certain teams moving on from the southern side. We have freestyles out in the open, everyone just trying to pepper down the bullets onto the face of Envy. They are having the split, and if Tyrant has no idea that there is someone that has created the flank from the sides of Envy, he can be the one that can go down, because by the looks of it, Envy are in a flanked out approach. Two players pretty much close to this compound. Now they're flying away, and Sexy Pistol is closer in the closer by
Ooh.
vicinity, and that's what I was telling about. If Tyrant is unaware of the
Wow.
positioning of Sexy Pistol, that's the way he will be punished, and he deserves that. He certainly deserves
Definitely.
that.
I mean, the position that Sex Pistol had set up for himself right there, right? I mean, that is the flank angle that was so very crucial for that fight to go in favor of Envy, and that is exactly what they've done. And now they've definitely decided to push on long against the aggression that was showcased from the side of FS, and in doing so, Black will definitely be lost to the cause. An early defeat is what FS is looking at in this game in just 12 minutes. I mean, this is the team that had the X Factor working for their side as they took on the perfect aggressive approach against Envy, but sadly that is not going to be allowed for them, and it is going to be Envy delivering a massive blow to Freestyle for now.
Oh, definitely. Freestyle is getting paid by the aggression, sheer aggression that was not shouldn't have been, certainly at this point. No two is out about that. If they really wanted to have, there had to be someone giving the cover fire that Tyrant, that Black was trying to get the knock from
True.
that area. This is the area of Pachinki, and now the circle has shifted away. 524 meter, and since that has moved away, I guess that's a hard shift from the north on the northern side. That means team that did position themselves onto the northern side of Rozok, or maybe around the area of shooting range, will be having a good fair share and a huge chunk positioning in this area. But with the circle shifting away, it's Envy that has moved away and far away. Adnan again getting the knock against, but there we have it, 52x rage. Now 3x being challenged upon. This is the fight of the moment. Zen is cooking up the grenade. Kronos or Ali at any point can go down.
Well, this is not looking too good for the side of 3x, but indeed, in doing so, they have definitely stopped 52x Rage in their track, and the Rage is definitely being showcased to them, because it is going to be 52x Rage going up against a 3-man squad, and 3x are definitely bringing their A game play right now and stopping 52x's 4-man army right now, and it is going to be their compound for the taking without a single loss. They eliminate the entire squad of 52x Rage. What an incredible incredible play and aggression that was from the side of 3x indeed,
We
and
don't
in
mess
doing
with this
so,
team.
this is just brilliant. I mean, the way NV was able to get that fight against FS, the way 3x was able to just completely stop 52x rage in that amazing turn of events right here on the final game of Erangel.
We don't mess with this team. That's a clear
Definitely not.
statement. If you do, this is the result that will be thrown straight on the face of it. Or if you do, you be better prepared in order to not lose the fight. But there we have it. The Water City up for grab. That means maybe this is the area of hot bed of contestation for next couple of minutes, as now North Esports shows a complete interest in moving around all these areas with a flanked out approach. I'm loving the way with Quraysh Esports on the backhand side making a rotation, but still no one has taken that Water City compound on the opposite side of the road. That's pretty much weird kind of thing for me, because uh, that's a place where we love to see any teams out there. But Zameen, just the 8 bullets onto the head of players, and that is going to be of Magnus Esports, and has been pulled down. A real accurate spray, the tap shots being shown down from the sides of Zameen.
Well. NES is definitely stepping up, and they are definitely going to be moving on across with the top 17 position. But again, it's not been an easy journey for their side. That is one thing that we can definitely talk about. As of now, they are taking on the fight, and same is the case for Magnus across the Ruins region. That we can see they are also bringing in a lot of damage to the players of Pakistan.
Oh, definitely. Team Star stuck out in the open, and the TMW Khan again being the one. The moment of truth is right here. On the right hand side of the screen, we have a shift. Rozok School up for grab, and this last
wow.
angle for PMPL qualifier is so fun to watch. Every time the circle moves and constrict towards the city side, it's always me getting elated at this point.
Well. I mean, I was just looking at the rotation being showcased on the side of Metershot as well, and they are finding themselves towards the southwestern side of the zone, looking very comfortable. So that is definitely going to be helping their cause. But now they have to be careful, because so many teams are going to be making that rotation across that region to get into the comfort of the zone altogether itself, and that is where we do have NES chiming in along as well. Now we've got NES and the Grounders in close vicinity, and Zameen was the one who was taking on a lot of spray against the rotation being showcased, but that is not going to be allowed. And in the kill feed, I mean, kill feed is just going absolutely bonkers, with 3x taking in a little bit of damage from the side of QWERTY, and it is going to be 3x who have now been brought down to a 2-man squad.
Oh, definitely 2-man squad is what we see from the now. But FS seems like has completely swallowed the squad of Quraysh Esports that was trying to make a rotation. Halsey can just be the one to go down. Many shots getting connected, but still misses the mark. Ash is the one that might just go down in pretty much next second. But there we have it, North Esports getting the better of the rotation, now holding the important ridge all around the area of Rozok. All the 3 players standing. There was a good rotation from the sides of Metershot, but as soon as the circle made a shift right onto the edge of the circle, there are a lot of team up for the grab. Out in the open, there is a backstab going in. TUF looking pretty neat at this moment.
They definitely are. I mean, they definitely were able to bring in a lot of spray against the players of NES, and in doing so, have been able to get the first elimination point of the game for their side. And as soon as I say that, the second elimination also coming in for the side of Team TUF, and North Esports get eliminated on the 14th position with just 1 elimination defeat point for their side. Thus, we are left with 13 teams surviving. And right here in the school altogether itself, we've got FS, who are also, I mean, they've racked up a lot of points for themselves in terms of the eliminations, so it is definitely going to be working for themselves. But outside that school region is where so many of these teams find themselves in the open.
Oh, definitely out in the open. We have TUF getting a lot of finish points racked up in the name. For the moment, still we have 2, but as soon as Usama goes down, we have other player getting the revival done. Out in the open, we have small little smoke, but that finish point has been secured by Envy's player. TUF must be really angry and furious about it. Still out in the edge of the circle. The circle has made a shift away from all these teams, and these all fights are out in the open. With Gravity going down, Quraysh Esports, that's the time they are making it pay. Mega MVP went down by the luck of that vehicle from where he fell down, and TMW leaves the lobby. We still have 34 players and 12 teams in the lobby. It's the time when Envy goes away from all these fights, but where do they go? Where do they go? Right, left, right, and center. We have them getting eliminated, as now Metershot has racked 7th finish point onto the name, but he should be better prepared. Joker is the one waiting, just waiting to get the heads popped, and he does that.
8 elimination points being confirmed for the side of MetershotxSKY. This is phenomenal turn of events. I mean, we saw this team a few minutes ago that were making the rotation from the no reply, and then as they jumped into the zone altogether itself, they have been able to accumulate so much damage and kill points for themselves. Eliminations just looking wonderful in their favor. But as we move on to the map altogether itself, the grounders are looking very much in a comfortable position. FS, of course, we did see a couple of minutes ago in the school apartment altogether.
Look at this shift blotter. That's what I all want to talk about. That's the best place we can have the circle. Can we have this heal battle for one last time? We didn't have any heal battle in the map of Sanhok, and since we have 2 Sanhok, 1 done, 1 still left, before we move in the Sanhok, can we have a heal battle? Can we have this heal battle? Have a little bit of prediction.
Well, I think the teams, the players, they are done with the heal battle that we were looking at in the previous seasons. I mean, they are just like, all right, that's too boring, dude. We do not really care about that. And of course, another point to actually bring up is going to be the change in the placement points as well, right? I mean, we've seen that earlier. We used to have a lot of placement point weightage as well. But now, yes, there is a lot of placement point weightage, but not as much as it was earlier. So,
Yeah.
of course, you want to be able to get the elimination points. You want to be able to get the chicken dinner for yourself. And that is something that these teams are doing miraculously well for themselves. Along with that, as we move on through with the game, 10 teams remaining. Quraysh bringing in a lot of massive blows to the face of HR. And now FS, the 2-man squad, is going to have to face against the 2-man army of Hellraisers.
Oh, definitely with Freestyles making a pretty close move. TUF, the complete squad, has made a push onto the area of the school apartment. We still have a contestation. Everyone is just getting their best of the best compartment, best of the best houses in their favor. This is going to be a best circle finish that we are heading towards. I just wish that the circle all of a sudden with the 6th shift doesn't tilt away from all these compounds and all these buildings, that still stays in the apartment. But we are up for an adventurous finish with the grounders holding still the ground, not looking pretty good because just the 2 players standing and with no finish whatsoever. And we still have Hellraisers in the lobby, the one that has been challenging the grounders with the total points that they are able to secure. The grounders need to make sure that they get at least 5 to 8 points. If not, their position is in danger.
That definitely is going to be the case if HR is going to be able to capitalize on the situation that they are provided with. But along with that, the position that they're in, they're so close to FS, and that is where things can be a little troublesome because FS actually has the information that HR, or rather basically a team, is around in the vicinity. And so that is going to be a troublesome situation for both of those teams, FS as well as HR. On the other front, when it comes down to the grounders, they seem to be taking on a tug of war of their own against the players of course, TUF. But for now, none of these have been able to capitalize on the apartment situation that they're trying to be in. And the numbers advantage is definitely going to be favoring TUF with all 4 members surviving, but only 2-man army from the side of TG.
Oh, definitely. But it seems like by the grace of the PUBG God, the circle, it's a feast in the area of school. We still have a huge chunk of compartments and apartment into the center lines of the circle. And finally, we don't see this sort of camaraderie, the bonhomie between all these players getting closer and closer and having a small little bit of chit chat around each other. But it's just the circle that has forced them to be in the closer proximity. With the circle going and shifting away from the main school compartment, now it's a challenge for Quraysh Esports and Magnus that how they make a push out in the open. We still have a lot of apartment, we still have a lot of walls, to be more precise, that they can still hide behind. But as soon as HR gets out in the open, look who they are being getting decimated by. It's there by the sides of the grounders, and as soon as HR goes down, it's just +1 for the grounders.
Oh, dude, that nade from the side of HR Handala was definitely not on point because he was able to not only get himself killed but also his teammates. So that in turn has resulted in FS getting the better half of that situation. And in doing so, now FS is going to have to move on across to be a part of the zone altogether itself because the zone has moved away from them and the compound that they were in, that is going to be 25 meters. But in all of this, we can see Shaptar from the side of the grounders has been taking on a lot of shots towards the exact same region and towards the exact same area basically, and that is where FS is going to have to somehow find a way to get out of. But the grounders are not yet done because TUF is still in their same exact building, and if the grounders are not careful, yep, there we go. TUF pushing on along. The grounders are definitely going to get eliminated on that 10th position, thus leaving us with 22 players alive, 9 teams remaining.
And that gets
Or not.
reduced all of us a sudden to 8. HR getting eliminated. I guess they just made a trench and completely find themselves into it deep down. But then we have with the MGS, the Magnus Esports, the magnanimous approach coming in from their side. We still have 7 meter for Quraysh Esports to make a move into the open. I wonder if they have enough of smoke, because I don't really know how they are going to be making it to the circle. With MeterShot having a close eye into all these fights, they have racked up at least 8 finish points to the name, and with the blessing of the circle, they will be making sure that they get at least 12 to 13 by the end of this match.
That definitely is a possibility. On the other front, when it comes down to the kill feed, Quraysh... No, it was QWERTY. QWERTY was the team that was actually bringing in a lot of elimination points for themselves, and in doing so, they have definitely pushed on to get a few teams eliminated from the zone. And in doing that, we've got 6 teams remaining. A lot of crazy fights taking place. FS somehow still surviving, even though that information and that position was given away quite a while back. They are still surviving by a thread and pushing on to be a part of the fight.
Oh, definitely. They had to. They had no other choice but to just go in, all guns blazing, and take the fight. We still have 5 teams left in the lobby, where the circle is shifting and tilting away. 74 meter is going to be a deathbed situation for XGeneration. But we do know that XGeneration are in that fanned out approach. With Virus being spotted down by the players of Team Thug, he can just go down, and the grenade that he was trying to cook onto the face of XGeneration is no more the case. And as soon as Thug drops onto the ground, he will be completely blown away into Smithrin. He is the unluckiest one in the guy, because as soon as he gets on the floor, he hits the right rock bottom of the grenade.
Dude, wow. That is so unlucky. That is so true. That is so unlucky indeed. And in that, now we're left with just 5 teams remaining. XGeneration trying their level best to hold on to their very life itself, of course. And on the other front is going to be TUF's players, who are definitely utilizing that position that they have in their favor, utilizing those utilities to perfection, absolutely bringing in a lot of wonderful plays for themselves. But QWERTY is not going to back down that easy. As you can see in the kill feed, QWERTY was able to deliver a little bit of a blow towards the players of the UF, but on the other side, of course, his teammate is going to be there. But in all of this, MeterShot, the team that has made a big rotation, are still part of the fight, and of course have 3-man squad remaining, and Kian going out there out in the open to help out Halsey to give that course revival.
Smokes are being deployed. It's just a matter of few seconds. It's just a matter of few time that he goes down, and there we have it. Kian goes down. Absolute stunning performance coming in again from the side of Team QWERTY. But as soon as the MS's players get spotted down, it is just the end for them. Freestyles out of nowhere. They were in a position where they're being challenged for a long time by the sides of Hamzas and Hill Razors. But as soon as that grenade, where they just dug the trench for themselves, it's still a game where Freestyle can still excel.
Well, they definitely can. They definitely can, because as far as the information is concerned, they definitely have a lot of it. I mean, FS is looking really bonkers in terms of the way that they've been able to, as you so perfectly said, survive out of that position that has already been given away. And now, as they bring that conversation down in their favor, we shall have to see if TUF will rise up to the occasion or not, because till now, QWERTY was bringing in a lot of damaging blows to their opponent teams, but now it seems like it's all once again on Destroyer to take the fight and take the win, and maybe bring themselves closer and closer to that chicken dinner.
Oh, definitely. They are pretty much close. The grenade is being cooked up. But Tyrant knows he's trying. He's really trying through the smoke. But there we have it. Again, the unlucky one being the Tyrant. But he had no other option. But he was just trying to gather a lot of information throughout all these smokes. But as soon as the mollies and grenade is just being followed up, we still have Thor. Does he have enough in him? We saw backstab coming in from the last side, from the sides of Team QWERTY, but this time, no. That's not going to be the case, as now we just are down to a 4v1 affair, where MeterShot, I guess they are aggressing again to one chicken dinner. What started with the gameplay, the late rotation, pretty much working in the favor, and there we have it. MetershotxSKY Esports getting themselves seated right across at the top with a winner chicken dinner for themselves.
14 eliminations coming in for the side of this team. Definitely a wonderful play being showcased from the side of MetershotxSKY, and in doing so, again, moving up to the 3rd position in the overall ranking, looking very, very comfortable, this team. We spoke about it, how they love to make that late rotation, but that late rotation resulted in them having all 4 players still surviving, walking away with 14 eliminations along with a chicken dinner. Is just a GG play from the side of this team for the final game of Erangel right here.
No, definitely, MeterShot. We always question about a lot of team, why do they even make a late rotation? But if you're sorted as long as and as clear as what MeterShot did in this match, those late rotation are just spot on, right on the money. With the map of Miramar, Sanhok and Erangel, they're just excelling, and we just saw the 2,549 damage, 29 total point, 14 elimination is no joke when each and every team is just trying. They're meetling out, they're just trying to get the better version what they were in the last game, and with the second last game being done, this is looking so good for the rest of the team. And I keep a high hope for MeterShot from the last match that will be played in few minutes too.
Absolutely. With that, let's move on and have a look at the most valuable player coming in from this game.
Definitely, and is Kian from the sides of MetershotxSKY Esports. 753 total damage, 4 elimination, 26 minute and 18 second of survival time. A complete team gameplay. If you see at the healing done, assist, that's what we expect for our teammate to be like. And then we have Kian just going up front. He was looking so good throughout this course of this game. MeterShot leading from the front, made a late rotation. But what a game for Kian and the rest of the teammate. But moving on along, we have the top 4 player from this match. Apart from Kian, we have Katir, we have Helsi, everyone stacked up, racked up finish point in the top 4 players. Apart from Ali, I guess somewhere down the line, the 4th player could have been matching the same tally what Ali has been able to secure for himself.
Well, this was a game that was defined by MeterShot and their playstyle, and that definitely is the reason why they get that chicken dinner for themselves, rather a second chicken dinner for themselves. But along with that, as we move on through to the summary of this game of Erangel, we do have decent amount of grenade eliminations, but alongside all of that, total knocks were 64 and eliminations being at 57. So that means that a lot of players, once again, 57 is the total elimination. So somewhere along the line, the players that were lost to the cause were thanks to the blue zone.
No, definitely, a lot of players went down. With the Blues, as you just mentioned, if you're not going to pay respect, the Blue is going to eat you up. 29 total points is no joke for MetershotxSKY Esports, getting one more racked up in their name. Freestyle also getting a good chunk of total points. 20 is where they stand from this match.
Definitely, this was required for freestyle as well. We were talking about it, how the day is definitely just not working in that team's favor. But now, slowly and steadily, every single game that they've been playing, they have been trying to work on towards those elimination points. And now, with this game, they also have the placement points working in that favor. Definitely going to be solidifying their top 17 position. And of course, that was never going to be a cause of concern for the side of FS. But as you move on through, Ivy, their journey is pretty much done and dusted. TmwEsports, we shall see what sort of a jump, if at all any, is going to be possible for their side or not. And for the side of Team Envy, sitting on the 10th position, 4 points is what they got. But is it enough? Is it a bit too late? Let's see.
Let's just see with the overall ranking. The moment of truth is right here. 174 point is where Team QWERTY stands. The second chicken, it started with Team QWERTY. I guess it started with Quantum Rage, getting the chicken racked up in their column. This time MeterShot, the top 5 looks completely abysmal with the 52x Rage and Team QWERTY, the only 2 team in the top half of the chart with their games done. There are a lot of change we might expect as we move on to the next game with anything can happen in the last game. 121 for 3x and 120 for MetershotxSKY Esports, just 1 point shy away. Maybe it can just be the game where Regicide can have a complete unanimous decision that yes, we are going in for the last chicken, because they still have no chicken whatsoever with the case. But there's the business end, 18, 19, 20, where they stand grounders, 56, 10 point difference between them and HR. HR really tried hard until and unless that terrible looking grenade from the sides of Hamzan took him down first, and then eliminated his team. And at that point, Freestyle read the finish kill feed pretty well and started racking up those finish points in their favor.
Well. Talk about top 17. We've got the Grounders on the 17th. We've got Team HR on the 18th with 10-point difference. This is going to be a very important but a tough game for the side of Team HR, because now for the final game that these teams are going to be playing to complete the 12 matches that they're supposed to be playing, we're going to be moving on down to Sanhok. And of course, if at all anything for Sanhok, the one thing that we know for sure is that how aggressive that map can turn out to be, and getting just 10 points along with, of course, that solidifying approach that you want to be able to get for Team HR. It is that is looking very, very tough.
Oh yes, last match indeed. It is going to be the thing that will be turning a fate for a lot of teams. But that being said, 4 games done. We will be right back after a short little break. Welcome back, everyone, for the one last time in this PMPL Pakistan Qualifiers 2022. We are done with all the four games and just with the last game on the map of Sanhok, where we still have pretty much a team on the bottom of the chart that is struggling about for the points. But let's have a quick look on the schedule that will be showing what sort of a chicken dinner team has been for the team for the day. Starting with Team HR, it went down to Quantum Rays, then it came down to QWERTY, and then again MeterShot. So we can say in a nutshell that the first two games were dominated by the team that were low on the chart, on the scorecard, and then it came a time where Team QWERTY and the team that on pretty much on the top half of the chart, their domination existed. In this last game, I want someone from the mid chart to be the excelling one.
Well, let's see. Let's see which team is going to be on this final map of Sanhok that is going to be played right here for, or rather between these teams on the PMPL qualifier for Pakistan region. And in that, it is also going to be a fact that some of these teams actually they're going to be playing a completely YOLO approach. They're like, all right, we've made it into the top 17, and now there's nothing to lose, so might as well just go and have drop contestations and just bring in a lot of dominating play. And I'm anticipating that the Sanhok game is going to be quick, but let's see if that'll be the case or not. Because if I'm to learn anything, especially on the map of Sanhok, somehow the Pakistani teams they do end up playing it passive, and the map extends all the way up to 30-minute mark.
Oh, yes, we have seen quite a lot of time. Not 30, at least 28, 29 minutes
Yeah,
if we
yeah.
have to say about it, Sanok. But on an average, what we see from the rest of the lobby, on an average, 24 minute, 25 minute is the maximum. So they have extended. So out of
Exactly.
25 minutes, even if you're extending 1 minute, that's pretty much high percentage share of it in a huge chunk. But there we have it, the flight path getting out all away. We might expect some certain fights around the area of Khao. Northern side is where the first blood has been brought down. Spark getting the right spark at this right moment. Team Star against Quantum Rage. I guess pretty much they both these teams are settled in their grooves in the scorecard. Even if one team's fall, that's just where they need to check their 4v4 affair. How do they approach toward the gunfight?
Well. QBZ, sorry, stepping up into the action from the side of Quantum Rage, definitely delivering a massive blow towards the side of Team Star. Not the kind of anticipation that Team Star, of course, had predicted for themselves, but sadly, that is what Quantum Rage is going to be delivering them right now. And alongside all of that, I mean, just in the first 2 minutes itself, we've got a fight taking place and brewing across, but will Team Star, if down to a three-man squad, will Team Star be able to bring in that revenge against the players of Quantum is what we shall have to see. With the AKM, we do see the player of Team Star also stepping up their game, but now, if at all anything, we've spoken about this like a broken record again and again. Whenever two teams end up taking on the early fights, the amount of utility that they end up having is not too much. And for now, it is going to be Team Star that is not looking good in terms of that utility. Because again, I mean, we move on from one player to the other. Right now, we're on God Fury, who is looking at just one level 3 helmet. Along with that, Team Quantum Rage, the team that is being over aggressive right now, is also kind of fanned out and spread out. So a tough situation that these teams faced, but that is something that we did talk about when the game started off, that some teams are going to be playing like a YOLO approach, that all right, this is the final game, does not matter, let's bring in a complete abysmal dominating play.
Oh, definitely. And that's where we see the early fight. That's what we expect. But it shouldn't end up just having the affair in the area of Khao. I want somewhere down the line of Baina and Bhan. I don't really know what should be the city, but there shall be some uncertain fight that needs to go in. But for the moment, after one elimination that was secured by Quantum Rage, seems like the fight is in the standstill. Everyone is just locking their horns up against each other. Quantum Rage is trying to create the flank from the backhand side with Team Star unknowing of the situation. Usama is the only one that can relay this information to this complete team. And by the looks of it, seems that they have heard the sound cues now. And yes, the shots has been thrown. That means they know that the team has completely rotated on the left-hand side. But I only see 3 players from the sides of Quantum Rage. One is still left behind on the right-hand side. Just in case if Team Stars come out in the open, he will be the one to pick them down.
Absolutely, and that is going to be so very crucial because again, I mean, you look at that flank angle that's been created from that fourth player from Quantum. It is so very awesome. Serious right now, delivering a massive blow, or rather, at least trying to deliver a massive blow, making a lot of audio cues to the players of Team Star, but also confusing Team Star's players in the tracks. But in all of that, the dude of Serious basically needs to be careful because we have a
Oh
wonderful setup.
no!
Gun is what I was gonna say, but nope. Looks like the
Oh,
lure is
how many
definitely going to be
times we
working.
have seen this?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they just get baited, and there we go. Team Star dropping like flies, but not long before they take on and bring in a little bit of damage to the aggressive team of Quantum as well.
Oh no! Falling like a house of card. Falling like 9-pin is ball. I have to say the two friends. There we have it. The TBS right on the
Dude.
face of it. Just like a tight slap. A tight slap on the face of it. Just one tap. And Quantum Rage is nowhere to be seen. They are
Yep.
nowhere to be seen. That's the reason I love this gun. DBS.
Exactly. That's what I was pointing out, or rather wanting to
Ah,
point out as well. But seems like the early rage that was showcased from Quantum Rage has
oh,
definitely
nice.
gone against them. And
Mm-hmm.
with that, a wonderfully
Oh,
well-deserved
nice.
emote bait being showcased from
They
both of these
deserve
players right
this.
here from Team Star. Yeah, they do. They
Let's
definitely
just
do.
enjoy. Can we have some music? But no, that's how the devious action comes in. Every
I
time
will
it
cut
gets
you.
you down, that's
My
just like a tight
inland
face. And
skies
yes,
here.
Undertaker, yeah, definitely. But moving on along, we have a lot of fight going in. Apart from that fight, we'll come back to Team Star's approach. But I really want next time we sit together, I'll acronym DBS with something starting the word D as this being destructive one. I'll fill in the B and
Wow.
S with some word to do so. But this Sanhok all of a sudden looks so adventurous with emotes being thrown, scooter being parked in small little hut. This is so soothing to watch.
Absolutely, dude. I mean, that is what you want to do. When it comes down to the final game, when you know that you've qualified, you've made it, then all you want to do is just play havoc into the game. And that is what we're looking at when it comes to these teams and their approach in this final game of Sanhok. And yeah, I mean, that is so perfectly mentioned by you. It is soothing. It is definitely comforting to see that these teams are also enjoying as they play from one game to the next, right? Because you cannot always be stuck with that pressure situation and not enjoy the game. And yeah, that is something that, of course, is being showcased from the side of Team Star to, of course, all the other teams in the lobby as well. With that, 4 defeats confirmed for the side of Team Star. I mean, this is a team that was at the receiving end, thanks to, of course, Rage's approach. But interestingly enough, that has not been allowed to carry on for long. And Team Star looking pretty comfortable, being able to eliminate their opponents. And now
Mhm.
we shall see where the zone is going to be moving across. Which side is this zone going to be moving and taking the teams towards?
Surprisingly, no one is in the area of Camp Charlie till now. There are certain team that loves to make a later rotation, and even those team are not in the area of Camp Charlie. That Camp Charlie Island as a whole, nowhere to be seen in the area of Painan. Since Envy, the team is really trying hard. Yes, needs to be credit needs to be given to them because they are the one that are really struggling. But the point has been taken away by Team Star, and then we have Quraysh Esports getting a heavy beating. The love affair doesn't stop only in the map of Erangel. It comes down again on the map of Sanhok. One finish point already onto the name, and this is the overextension every time Freestyle come up into the fight. Do you remember the last time Freestyle? It was, I guess, Black that was completely finished off when he was
Yep.
trying to take down the player. There we have it. The grenade spot on, right on the money, but the trade is the problem. The trade is the problem that is being completely gifted. I would not say that's granted, that's gifted away from the side of Freestyle. And that brings down to the last player. Out in desperation, he's giving the revival. And as soon as the smoke dissipates, he will be pretty much vulnerable.
There we
Oh,
go.
he's done
That is
before
going to
that.
be the end. That is definitely going to be the end for the side of Freestyle indeed.
No
And in doing
Freestyle.
so,
That's not
with
the way.
one elimination confirmed for their side, not the kind of play, of course, that was anticipated from their side. But hey, what do you know? I mean, Quraysh definitely stepped up to the marker.
Definitely. But whom do we have again in the fight? So that's what makes this all right,
What is
Sanhok,
happening?
interesting. Fight by fight, we are just moving. One fight is dead, and some team just blows away out of this lobby, and then we have other teams just fighting and meeting themselves away. A pre-cooked grenade is what he's trying to do. Wall trucks but with no success whatsoever with the case. A drop shot comes in, tries to connect some shot on the head, and Team Envy,
Wow.
bye-bye from the upcoming PMPL. They're done.
Well. I mean, in the pre-game segment, I spoke about how the teams have taken it really slow, and their approach has been very slow on the map of Sanhok. Seems like the final game of this tournament, of this qualifier right here. These Pakistani teams, they are just YOLOing it. We've got only 9.5 minutes in, left with 49 players, 13 teams alive. So a very aggressive stance is being taken from these teams, and yeah, they're playing like they've got nothing to lose, which is absolutely fair and square because actually they don't. And the teams that do have a lot to lose are nowhere to be seen. I mean, IV, HR, NV, that they're lost. They're not going to be allowed to make that difference now. I don't think.
Envy for sure. We don't know about IV and Hellraiser. IV also pretty much on the lower side of the scorecard, but yes, Envy, the game is done for their side. But let's have a look on how the fight approaches R3G. No stopping them. Miracle again. This is for the third time, I guess, in today's gameplay that Miracle has been the first one from their
True.
side to go down, with Ali, Kronos, and Kaizen still surviving. So before they move into the upcoming big event, they need to make sure and protect this vulnerable player.
That is true. I mean, Miracle has had a miraculous gameplay as well, but at the same time,
He
as so
was the
perfectly
MVP, I
mentioned
guess,
by
for the
you.
very first match.
Right, but that's what, right? So, I mean, having consistency is the key, as that
Hmm.
is something that Miracle is going to have to try and basically utilize upon and try and work towards. But on the other front, as you move on through towards the other players from the side of 3X, I mean, we've seen Cronus again and again stand up to the cause so many times in this entire 3-day affair.
Definitely. And Kronos, along with Kaizen Ali, the solo
Actually, yeah,
gameplay
all three of them, in fact. Yeah, so true.
has been just so phenomenal. I guess that's the reason they are in that chart. Now it only comes down to, so this was the comparison that we were trying to make. R3G along with Meteor Shot, who will be the one? Because last game Meteor Shot excelled and they were on 120 total point at third position, I guess, and just 1 point shy away from 3x Esports. And if they just go head on head fight, we might get to see certain team flowing away. But there we have IV Esports, the team that needs to stack a lot of finish point, a lot of placement points, is nowhere to be seen in the fight. And there is an
Nope.
invitation for fight. This is the time. It's either go YOLO or go home for IV Sports.
Exactly, and they're still playing it too passive. See, now this is in the making of a team that will not be making it through. It's clearly
Exactly.
showcased, right? It's
110%
clearly
agreeing
being
with you.
showcased because if you want to be part of the PMPL, you have to take on fights. You have to be on the aggressive stance as well. And if you
It's
cannot,
already too late.
yeah, it is too late. It is definitely too late, and that is something that if at all they try once again in the next season, they are going to have to bring their aggressive stance up. And if
What are
not,
they waiting
then
for? I don't know.
yeah, then it's just not going to happen ever.
You need to have those optimism. You need to have the approach. So approach is something that everyone looks for. The TOs, the organizers, if anyone who's actually looking to fund you anything, the IGL, the players, the caster, the analyst, anything. The approach is something. At the end of the day, it's the conclusion, the bottom line. Sometimes it goes in your favor, sometimes it doesn't. That completely relies upon how quick are you able to adapt the situation. But if you are having that negative sort of approach, I don't think so. I know I'm being pretty much critical about this team, but what are they now waiting for? It's already done and dusted for a lot of team, a lot of player. And there was a fight that was preempted. They should have at least given a single try over it. Let's just
Definitely
see.
should have. But on the other front, as we move on down through to the Paradise Resort, we do have Meter Shot right in the vicinity to the third airdrop being dropped down along right here, with the MK14 being the prestigious one that it seems like Kian is going to be able to capitalize upon. All right, yep, he's jumping along and he is very happy with his UMP. And now, of course, going to be that much more happier with the MK14 in his hand.
Oh, definitely. We'll get to see if Kian takes it in his own hand. Last match's MVP, the hero of that match, where Mitusha did excel. This time they still have a good chance. And if they do, 3x Esports have a good challenge waiting up for them. And that's a healthy competition already building up against them. Because Team QWERTY are way above them. So nowhere QWERTY needs to be, they look just untouched at this moment, standing far and way above what they have built, a complete empire of total point in just 11 matches, already crossing 150 total point. But there we have it. The beautiful shift with Tatmok as a center and 35 to 40% of the total area underwater bodies. That means a lot of chaos we expect on the western side. Don't really know how HR, the grounders, will be traversing in this zone.
Absolutely, that's exactly what I was noticing as well from the side of HR. Adnan is playing a game of his own apparently. I mean, his teammates definitely are still trying to get into the zone, but Adnan has lost to the cause. For the side of the grounders, they're making that water rotation, but will that be enough for them to get into the comfort of the zone and then take on those fights? Because look at HR, it seems like pretty much the exact same approach that the grounders are choosing to make is what HR is deciding to do as well. But the two-man squad of HR against the four-man army of the grounders, will it be enough? Will it be a bit too late? They need a lot of points to be able to qualify, and well, this is the moment that HR definitely needs to step up to the cause.
Oh, definitely they have to. With H2E going up again, seems like certain teams on the backhand side, Northeast Sports again. So Northeast Sports had also a completely shiny day today with the grounders. A lot of questions were being raised.
True.
There we have the option. They had to swim around and they were pretty quick, but so was not the case for HR. The grounders were quick to make a move onto the ground with the help of one player leaving back. So they have some strategy. They have a huge strategy, and this was the trap in which HR are completely trapped into.
This is not good. This is definitely not the kind of play that was anticipated from the side of Hellraisers, because again, I mean, this is just dead fish in the water for the side of the grounders, and the grounders know because they've already seen that there is a team that is making that water rotation, and in doing so, there we go. Shaptar definitely taking on the shots against the player of HR, that is going to be Snaker, and yeah, this. It's pretty much done and dusted for the side of HR from the looks of it, because as soon as they get to the edge of the seabed as well, right? I
And
mean, as soon as they get to the beach, they are going to be. Oh, wait. We've got a third party situation that could be brewing right here, and that is going to be in the name of NES.
so only if the grounders are taken down by Northeast Sports,
Can
HR has
HR
any chance.
exactly right? That is
HR
so
has the
true.
only chance. And I really don't know what sort of fate is this in the last game itself. Is, if you remember, the grounders had their crosshair set up on HR in the map of Erangel last match where we had the school finish. This time again, I don't really know. Both these teams that are really fighting for that one slot, one on 17th and one on 18th, and they are again messing themselves up into the fight. But for now, the grounders, no knock has been secured. I guess the longer Hellraisers they survive in the water, uh, the more they get down with their HP.
That is so true indeed. And right now, their fate, HR's fate, relies on NES. And NES, from the looks of it, definitely want to be able to capitalize on the situation. They've got the zone comfort working for themselves, but it seems like NES is not only going to be rooting to take on the players of HR, but along with that, of course, they have the edge on the grounders as well. So, amazing turn of events for NES, and a beautiful day is what this has turned out to be for the side of North Esports.
Oh, definitely. I want the fight to just go all berserk out in the open. Hellraiser, these are the last breaths. They are just breathing. One down, Cronus, all on to the last player, and he's nowhere to be seen. I guess he might be just doing the heal battle because we
Oh,
still
dude.
don't have that flash, that big billboard that HRR eliminated that has been seen. But no, he can be seen on the left-hand side. He is still pretty much in the vicinity. That's Adnan for you. He is there, and as far as long as Adnan are there, the grounders are not safe.
Yep, that is true. That is so very true. But in all of this ruckus, it is North Esports that is definitely getting the better half of all of these fights. 18 minutes into the final game of Sanhok for this PMPL qualifier, we're looking at 12 teams, 38 players alive, and the grounders are very much still part of that fight. But Magnus not looking too good because they have also been caught off from the side of NES, and this could be the opening moment that the grounders were waiting for to be able to get away from the crosshairs of NES. But let's see if NES is going to allow that or capitalize upon the situation.
Oh, watch your back. Watch your back. That's the
Yep.
dot lesson.
H2E coming in.
Only thing that I take away from this, the last match itself of Sanhok, that is going to be watch your back. But there we
That is so
have
true.
Northeast Sports going against the Grounders blotter.
Well. This is what was brewing basically since the past 5 minutes, and it had to happen. Where indeed, North Esports have been taking on a lot of fights at the edge of the zone, but in doing so, we also need to talk about the kill feed, because the kill feed is going haywire and bonker because H2E is also part of it. And as I was just mentioning, H2E is bringing in that third-party situation against the players of
What?
NES, and right now, Quraysh Esports
Oh.
taking on an aggressive stance, but. Dude, R3G, I mean, they know what they're doing. There's no stopping this team. Regicide, they are completely in a league of their own in terms of the play.
Oh yes, definitely. As Metershot did, we have also certain teams, as you just mentioned, Reggie's side, one team to look out for when we move into the upcoming PMPL up against some big names. But before that, we have certain good fights going in favor. The Grounders finally grounding down each and every player. I guess Zameen is the last one standing out there in the open.
Yep, that is definitely going to be the case for the side, but not for long from the looks of it, because Sensei has a little bit of an idea as to where that player is going to be placed, and in doing so, it is going to be Jigsaw, his teammate, who will confirm the elimination of the side of NES. They had a decent run, but of course, they have been eliminated 20 minutes into the game, 10 players alive, and now if you look onto the kill feed, we do still have Regicide making a lot of massive blows in and taking in a lot of kill points for themselves.
H2E going down one by one, not looking good for them. The Grounders taking down each and every point that should have been supposed to taken down by other team that was early in the vicinity. But then we have Mr. Black, his crosshair set upon to other team, and certain teams from southwestern side having a real trouble making a move into the open. The grenade pretty much close to where Khatir is trying to give the revival to Ash, or vice versa be the case. I don't really know who is giving revival to whom, but we have now each and everyone lined up for this fight.
Well, we definitely do, and it seems like the aggression that was showcased from the side of TFD is definitely going to be resulted with an onslaught being showcased from the side of
Wow.
Metershot, and in doing so, they will confirm that elimination against TFD's aggression that was showcased, and not only that, they will still have all the 4 players surviving. So now, as this team moves on along with their UMPs, dude, please, in this season, change this UMP meta, dude. I mean, this is just ridiculous, the way these players just move on along. Every single team that we move on to has a UMP at least in 1 or 2 of those of their teammates.
The base damage equals what we have, even more what we have from the sides, from the gun of M416. But there we have it, stacked up team. That's not how you move. Out in the open, it is going to be Vash. For him, it was an easy affair to get all these finish points racked up for him. All the 3 players pretty close to where we are just moving into the zone. 21 minute is where we are moving into. Soon we will be getting the 5th shift, and there we have it out in the open. Esports getting a lot of finish points racked up in the name. Or BTFD getting a lot of losing moments for themselves, and now Regicide is also making pay Khatir and his teammate for the late rotation border.
Oh, they definitely are, mate. And this is where, again, I mean, look at those defeats. Regicide, like I said, they are playing a league of their own with 12 defeats confirmed already. And still, there are 7 more teams against them. This is just phenomenal turn of events for the final game right here for Regicide indeed. And as we move on along, 23 minutes into the game, TFD find themselves with just this one final player, Wash, remaining all by his lonesome, sadly.
But it seems like Faddy knows that someone is coming from the left-hand side. But R3G, Reggie's side, no stopping the guys. He has spotted that small little pixel.
Wow.
And there we have it. One last bullet into the head. There we go. Boom out of the lobby. And now Khatir, this poor little guy, will be not giving his kill and finish point. And he will be bleeding off for sure in the play zone.
Well. One thing that I think we can very well confirm is going to be the fact that the Grounders, the way that they're playing right now, they're definitely going to be able to make it in the top 17.
Oh, yes.
No problem whatsoever at all, right? Even though they have not had the good fights in this game, they are still working on towards and getting those placement points working for themselves. On the other front, it seems like TmwEsports is going to stop the Grounders in their tracks, where Shaptar's in the backlines, Jigsaw almost down to 10% of an HP, and well, TUF looking pretty comfortable.
Oh, definitely they do look. With the 6x, with the maximum optimization, they are trying to take them down. 15 elimination. Come on, how many more?
How many
Elimination
more?
is
Seriously.
H2E goes for the name. And yes, coming back to the conversation, 15, how many more?
Oh, come on.
Predict 16. Correction,
This is
16.
This is bonkers, the way Regicide is able to just pinpoint those
And that's not
pixels.
Miramar or Erangel, that's Sanhok for you.
Exactly. Just amazing. Just absolutely
Hmm.
brilliant. But with that, Ivy still trying to remain optimistic, I guess. Trying their level best. They've been able to accumulate 3 defeats, so that definitely is a commendable approach from their side. But a two-man army going up against a team that is the four-man squad of Regicide is definitely not going to be allowed. And alongside that, when it comes down to the vicinity, it is going to be Team TUF taking on the fray against the
Oh.
players of Ivy.
As soon as TUF tried indulging themselves with a fight against Ivy, it was a well precise spray coming in from the sides of Edgar. No, from the sides of Regicide that took the player Thor down, and again he's trying to get the grenade lobbed in the small little window. Iconic in the meanwhile has taken different direction. He's popped out the smoke just not to get his location revealed, but that smoke invites another grenade into the same area. Molotovs are being thrown just to flush out the areas if he tries to move out of it. Ivy, it's really tough for them to make a entry into the top 17 from here.
Yep. Almost impossible. Definitely impossible, in fact. But Regicide, I mean, there's no stopping that team. How is this team so good? The Grounders getting eliminated on the
18.
fourth spot. 18 eliminations for the side of Regicide. Just ludicrous, dude. This is just absolutely ludicrous what is turning out to be the final game right here at Pakistan PMPL Qualifiers.
Oh, definitely. It's a 4v3 affair. 18 elimination. Can it be converted to 3 more if that does happen? 21 is where we have. But finally, there is someone to stop R3G. Grenade comes in. Thor. Nocto goes down. R3G,
Ooh,
all of a
okay.
sudden, seems like there is someone who is trying to give them the competition.
Oh, yes, that definitely is. And that's going to be in the name of TUF. The way this team played on day number one, TUF was lost, looking completely lost. But now, with this perfect setup, nade
Wow.
parade being showcased from both of these teams, it is going to be insane who's down. This is just play by play perfection.
Oh,
2v1
they're gone.
situation. Insane as the only man who has any
Oh,
answer. But
yes.
sadly, he will not be able to deliver that answer because Team TUF take a wonderful chicken dinner in the final game. An incredible feat, 8 elimination points for them, along with, of course, the chicken dinner, move them all the way up to the 5th in the overall standings and the storyboard. But dude, this game was all written and broken thanks to Regicide and their approach.
Wow, what a game. What a game for Regicide itself, and tough being the TUF being the tough one. I don't really know why I end up always calling TUF being tough. Maybe they're just pretty much tough for this lobby, because as soon as Regicide started controlling this game altogether, it was a 3-man approach coming in from the sides of TUF. And they
Exactly.
took down a complete squad that was just annihilating, obliterating, whatever adjective you want to use throughout this lobby altogether. And then we have them getting this all important chicken, the second one for TUF itself. Indeed, what a game to end these qualifiers for Pakistan itself.
Definitely, dude. That was just a wonderful 3-day affair, is what I would say, and an aggressive gameplay being showcased by so many of these teams. Just, I enjoyed it. I thoroughly
Oh,
enjoyed
yeah.
it. And this final game, this
Hmm.
was a nail-biting performance from the side of Regicide, and this is where this team is going to be bringing them and basically showcasing how wonderful they can be when they are in control of those fights. With that, let's see who will be the MVP. It is going to be Regicide's Voltrix with 7 eliminations, 999 damage, along with the 3 assists. So, a very bloody battle being won from Voltrix right here.
Oh yes, just one shot for could have been the 1,000 damage. 3 assists done, 253 healing, 3 assists and 253 healing done for the side of individual player. Voltrux looking so good, and before they move into the upcoming PMPL, this was the performance that everyone was just looking for. Regicide, from the start of this match, they started taking up the fight, and towards the end, they ended up in losing a battle. All right, that was against TUF, but before that, there was a lot of bloodbath that happened all around. 24 minutes, 55 seconds of the all time. A good one for Voltrux, but what a game. We really didn't expect this sort of performance in the game of Sanhok, but that's where R3G always shines away. Vaz getting 7 elimination, and also in his name, a perfectly set up total damage 995 and 999. Could have been 1,000 for both these players.
It definitely could have. Definitely could have. As we move on through, we do have Edgar joining us as well in the top four players list from the side of TUF with 3 eliminations but 690 damage that he was able to dish out, along with, of course, Quraysh Esports' Mani with 4 eliminations and 723 damage. So a decent outing being showcased from so many of these teams. But overall, when it comes down to the game itself, we did have a lot of knocks, a lot of fights right off the bat as the game started off.
No, definitely 6-1-2-3 total healing done in this match. Altogether 4 elimination, 300 meters. So irrespective of the map, we are getting constantly that Sanhok also offers you to take a long range fight, and that has been offered in this complete PMPL Pakistan qualifiers.
True.
Irrespective of what we saw in the South Asia, so 300 meter, 298, 296 has been on an average thing. So they have been taking the long range fight also. 2 airdrops looted, and in that one was, I guess, Kian from the sides of MetershotxSKY Esports. 58 total elimination in this match. That completely sums up what storyline we just witnessed in this last match of Sanhok and this PMPL qualifier. But there we have the match ranking. Apart from 31 total points secured by Regicide, the chicken dinner winning team also got 23. IV Esports 13. Let's just leave it to the observers and those who create the scorecard. That is that enough for them to even move on to the top 17.
This is going to be a tough luck situation for the side of Ivy, but on the other front, when it comes down to the approach that was showcased from Regicide with 19 eliminations, that is the highest that we've seen in terms of the Pakistani teams who are part of this lobby as of now. The next is going to be 18 elimination point game that Freestyle was able to deliver, and then from there we move on down to 17 elimination points. So a big amount of aggressive stance that has been showcased from Regicide. But as we move on through to that 4th position holder, the Grounders, they definitely played their cards right. I mean, 11 points, that should guaranteed solidify and cement their position in the top 17.
Oh, definitely. No two ways doubt about that. With Quantum Rage getting 2 freestyles in the last 3 matches, they really played not to perfection is what I have to say.
True.
Pretty lousy out in the open. Everyone was just taking shots, those random shots with no cover fire whatsoever, just clueless moving here and there. Apart from that, freestyle has been looking pretty good, but that's the moment of the truth. From 11 to 20, there we have it. IV Sports not getting qualified, Team HR and Team Envy certainly missing out on their number. I wish them best of luck when they move into the next tournament, but they showed the character towards the end, that's for sure.
Definitely do. And along with that, talk about TMW, dude. TmwEsports, Esports, a team that, I mean, from the start, from day one itself, has been struggling. You know, I mean, they were part of that 19th, 20th position for such a long time. It seemed like TMW will not be able to make a comeback. And here they are, find themselves on that 17th position. So they will be qualifying, but they've got a lot of work ahead of themselves if they want to be able to survive in those PMPL league days.
Oh, definitely. And talking about more, the Grounders moved inches away where TmwEsports Esports stand at this moment with this last phenomenal game going to the favor. So that's pretty much it for 11 to 20. Congratulations to all these teams, but no one was able to reach and even get close to where QWERTY stands. They were miles apart.
Oh yes, they are. I mean, they definitely are. With the kind of playstyle that QWERTY brings to the table, you know, I mean, there is no stopping the side of this team. But I'm looking forward and rooting to see when this lobby is going to be, you know, part of that PMPL League days and all the entire awesomeness that will start off next month. You'll have I8 there, you know, you'll have Bablu there,
Definitely.
you'll have you got Regicide right here, but along with that you have R3D also that'll probably be part of that. So yeah, that's when things are going to get that much more ludicrous. When you've got QWERTY, you've got I8, no idea. I mean, freestyle, let's see. This is going to be a really good
That
PMPL
will be a jump pack lobby, the star pack
True,
lobby.
exactly.
When we have baby Crypto coming in, as we also can see chats demanding where is Crypto. So as Brother mentioned, those will be the team, I guess, because the top 17 is here and 3 teams will be coming in for sure. And in that, I'm pretty sure that there will be somewhere where we will see not the glance, a complete story written by Crypto and the rest of the team, I guess.
Maybe,
Oh yes.
but I mean, as we bring that conversation up, right? Another thing to talk about is going to be all right. So these are the stars, the budding stars that everybody knows about. But along with that, as we move on through, we also have to talk about the teams that have now qualified, but they are also going to be part of that lobby, like TMW.
Oh
Wonderful
yes.
team. Definitely nothing taken away from their
Hmm.
journey till now, but it's not going to be an easy battle. It's definitely going to be an uphill battle for them to be able to survive. But with that, as you move on
Definitely.
through to the elimination leaders, the final game is where Regiciders Vaz pushes on along, because till now we were looking at Gravity, who is definitely holding on that forefront for the elimination leaders, right?
Gravity was way above till the time Vaz started decimating the lobby today, and it's just today where Vaz shined. I guess Vaz were
Exactly.
nowhere to be seen in the top four, even in the
Nope.
top four. But now is where he just outshines everyone. Apart from him, it's also Bilal from the sides of Quraysh Esports, the budding player, as you just said. We have Ali, Miracle, and that's where Miracle. Just imagine, had Miracle been the part of the last three matches where he just got eliminated at the very start of the game, he could have been close to where the other player stands from 1 to 4.
Probably true, because he's sitting at those 19 eliminations, and just one shy is going to be, of course, that seventh position that's held by Quraysh Esports as Bilal. So, yeah, you have good days, you have bad days. That's how it turns out to be.
Yeah,
And Miracle definitely not having a good day today in the final. But overall, the team definitely pushes
team
on
looks pretty
through.
good. Yeah,
So, yeah, I mean, the aggressive stance, the synergy, definitely working on point. Same can, of course, be said for MetershotxSKY as well, because that is also a very aggressive stance team that I am definitely eager to see what sort of a presentation are they going to be bringing in terms of those PMPL games.
oh, definitely. We'll get to see Bilal and the likes of Quraysh Esports and the likes of Bilal and the rest of the player. Looks absolutely phenomenally good. Quraysh Esports and 3x. So apart from Katir, I guess the take away from this PMPL qualifiers, it has to be for 3x Esports and also 52x Rage Blotter.
Yes. Oh, yes, of course. Definitely. With that, as we move on through to the team that definitely created havoc throughout every single
Wow.
game that they were part of, has to be Team QWERTY, the team that is leading the charge in the chart, along with, of course, when it comes down to the players themselves. I mean, 17-minute average survival time kind of in for Khan, but still getting so many eliminations. And on the other front, of course, his teammate Gravity, just 2.17 kpm. That is phenomenal.
Yeah, and he has been leading the shot for a long time until unless it
Yep.
was high and hello from uh, the rest of the
Vaz.
player that are actually. Oh, yeah, exactly. That's actually overtook him. Apart from Khan and Wolverine, it has been a two-man affair for QWERTY. I hope the rest of the player joins the fray itself and coordinate in its own way, getting all the finish points
Right.
racked up. Because this was a qualifier. When they move into the upcoming PMPL, things will get more tricky and tricky for the team.
Oh, it definitely will. It definitely will. As we were just mentioning, I mean, you've got the teams that have now qualified, the top 17 teams. We do know, along with that, the three invited teams are going to be joining them in the PMPL season throughout. But is it enough? Is the aggression, is the experience that these teams have showcased us in the past 3 days, is it going to be enough? Because the competition now is going to get that much more supreme, basically, right?
Yeah, definitely. We have already seen the sort of comeback that we talk about. TUF getting a strong comeback, and at one point they were not able to survive in this lobby, as you just said. The very first
Right.
day, there were certain teams. So if we break down this complete tournament, there are certain teams that played in patches. The very first day, that was the time where they started measuring the level, the threshold that could have been set, and in that, I would clearly think about one team, and that was of MetershotxSKY Esports.
Well, that is so true indeed. I completely do agree with that perfect conversation as well. But, well, we found the answers. We found the team that is going to be, the teams, rather, I should say, that are going to be pushing on through from this Pakistan region PMPL qualifiers.
Definitely. And with that being said, as Blotter perfectly mentioned, we have got all the top 17 teams that will be aggressing for sure for the upcoming PMPL. But with that being said, we are pretty much done with all the 15 games. We will be right back in some time. That will be the upcoming PMPL. But till then, take care, good night, and bye bye.
Here we go now. Here we go now. we go now. Here we go now. Here we go now. Go now. Here we go now. Here we go now.